let us get consumed back into the world of Aguira. So, last time, after visiting a number of places of interest, such as Guildhall, the cemetery, and the Iranafis Wondrous Store, you've made your way to the claimed job offer at Lumifras's estate, a magnificent mansion that's currently being prepared for a grand banquet that's going to be taking place later this week. After meeting the man himself, he's offered you that you should come by tomorrow morning and discuss who's going to take what role during this celebration. After that, you've left his estate and you find yourselves on the way back to the Jealous Angel Inn. As the evening nears, is there anything that you would like to do before the night?
A couple comments. Magnificent Mansion's a 7th level spell. He must be a high-powered wizard.
Sure, yo.
No, he has hired a high-level wizard.
He's actually Wizard 22.
Damn.
He's like above the levels that you can get to.
Well, there is extended levels up to 30. That exist. You just don't really get any more features. Anyway, I zoned out partway through what I was saying, so I forgot my other comments. Carry on.
Anything that you would like to do before the night?
Begins to build.
Begins to build what?
For no one else's information, because I won't expand on it, but Ash and Passion, I'd like you to know that Oswald will be watching Ash tonight.
Okay.
Alright. I would like to actually talk with you for a moment, Thaddeus.
What, here or in the meeting room?
I suppose in the meeting room, for just a moment.
Okay.
Oh.
So Corey will be taking a gander at his map and finding something there which, well, IRL, I realized 2 weeks ago, but in-game, we're still...
Just yesterday.
Yeah. And that is that the hills right next to Rain are called Butterfly Hills.
They are.
Those are some beautiful wings a butterfly has. Or however the poem went. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really know how we tell the group. But yeah. Probably is somewhere around these hills. No, okay, let's do this properly. Corey will just be taking a look at his map when he just kind of out of nowhere just slams it down on the table, excitedly saying to everyone, like, guys, I think I found a very important thing on, that CULT guy. Yes. That little poem that was found over the hills, a furious flapping of beautiful wings. Yeah, I mean, it sounds kind of stupid, but the hills right next to here are called the Butterfly Hills.
Well, there's an issue with that.
Why?
Butterflies don't exactly furiously flap.
If it's very big, and they do it very rapidly.
Butterflies.
So it could be a lot of butterflies too.
I can see your point there.
Like,
Flies are gigantic.
Yeah, like what?
This
has
sounds like a Thaddeus thing to bring up too. I think I saw him and Ash walk up to Thaddeus's room. Should we barge in?
I think they are discussing something of which is important. When they come back, we can tell them. Plus, since another thing I realized, Night Song, people like you, Strife, don't you like howl at the moon and sing to it or whatever? I don't mean the lion side, I mean the where you get doll.
The lycanthropy, I believe.
I mean, I could see that if you're lycanthroping into a wolf.
Okay, I guess that's just. Yeah, I don't know much about it, but that's another thought I had.
That's a very derogatory statement, Corey.
No, it's fine. Like, think of it like this. You would probably pick up the attributes of the animal that, is kind of taking over you.
Yeah.
Possibly wolves howl at the moon, not for howling at the moon, but to communicate with other wolves.
Either way, it still sounds like singing, or
It's really eerie
Tent.
when wolves howl when you're camping, especially when you're in a tent.
I know about a giant wolf that I killed before. It was somewhere around in the forest.
This forest?
I'm speaking from experience, being a kid and going up into the Boundary Waters, and then they're hearing them howl across the lakes, and it's scary as hell. And then waking up the next morning to find paw prints all through your campsite is interesting.
I remember having a giant wolf fang. I sold it before.
Passion, can you move us to the general map and one not of Rain, but of the region?
Of course.
Thank you. Because one that I find really suspicious is this one. It's an unnamed tower. It seems very forgotten.
Is it a village?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. Looks like a tower. Could have been a village. Or dust rest, because that just sounds like, no one's there, so the dust rests.
I've been to Bowwood Forest.
I've been living in this area for a while. Would I know anything about what that tower might be?
Go ahead and make a history check. First roll of the day. Except for the 100s.
First actual roll.
17.
Damn.
You would know that the tower is nothing more but a tower. It is not abandoned, it is occupied by dwarven guards, as the tower itself marks a border between the dwarven kingdom, the kingdom of the Yanaina Taure, which is the elven lands, as well as the United Races kingdom. It's like a landmark.
It's like where the three countries meet.
Yeah.
That tower, it is. I don't believe it'd be considered forgotten. It's essentially a border marker of sorts.
Okay. Then that one's a no. Yeah, I think it's gotta be either Dustrest or Belleville is a bit of an abandoned town, or it's somewhere in one of those three towns that they're meeting in an abandoned part of the town.
Somewhere hidden in the forest.
Could be that there's a town there that's really forgotten.
A druidic village.
Maybe it might be worth investing in an older map and seeing if there's any landmarks that were removed.
That could
Yeah,
be.
Interesting
Yeah.
thing.
Browse maybe in the library, maybe they have older maps or something. Or indeed a shop somewhere.
I'm sure they probably do, or in the city hall. I'm sure they have something in their archives. Or town hall, or whatever you want to call it.
I mean, we could just go to both.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, that could be really good if there's indeed a town there. Or maybe, a road that no longer is there. Because that's what I find. That's why I think Dustress might be the forgotten village, because there's not even a road leading there. So it's seems kind of cut off. But can also just be it's, I don't know, of the elves or very self-sufficient. Plus the name does the rest. Just,
It's at least a start.
It is. Sod is better than anything else we have at the moment.
Yeah.
But I believe this might be done best after our duties at the party.
Yeah, probably. Like we have.
As this feels like something that would be an extended investigation.
Yeah, because we still don't know when this letter was, like, first gotten, so we don't know when they're meeting up.
True.
Or actually, no, because it won't be at the next fortnight that they'll be meeting up. It's just then they'll be reaching for that cultist. So, yeah, it isn't even that we need to know where they're gonna have a meeting. Then we just need to know where that cultist will be so we can follow them.
True.
Yeah.
Once Ash and Thaddeus gets back, I'd like to talk about who all's going to be doing what at the guard duty.
Yes, that would be a pertinent thing to discuss.
I feel it will look a little more professional if we plan this out before we get there.
Nah, just wing it.
That's about when you arrive at the Jealous Angel Inn.
Oh no, they're
Oh,
rolling
he rolled
stuff.
something.
Oh no. What could a D6 mean?
The lively interior of the Jealous Angel Inn greets you with the loud laughing shouts and noises, tankards being clashed in the air, and contents of them spilling onto the tables as people are joyously enjoying themselves during this evening's rest.
Well then, so until we also have must plan what we intend to do till the party. I myself have plans.
Aren't we gonna go hunting a little bit and then take care of some stuff outside the city walls?
If that were the case, unless you, for some reason, had dire need of me, I would like to stay behind and finish making the potions you requested of me, as well as doing some additional searching around town for personal things I'd like to find.
Plus there was that beast problem that was in the guild hall on the board that they were talking about doing in Bowood Forest.
Oh yeah, that. I mean, that'd be some nice quick money.
It would, but I am going to spend my break till the party, preparing for the events with health potions and such that were requested of me to be made. So, unless there are issues with that.
My main concern with us taking the hunting job is the Bowood Forest is quite vast, and I think we should make sure it's something we would be able to be back in time for.
Oh, so you know how I said it's about a day journey? It's about half a day.
Okay, a day journey there and back.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we've got what, 4 days?
I can tell
six.
you right now.
I believe we have 6 till the party starts, so we'd have about 4 or 3. Or am I really wrong there?
No, you're not too wrong. I think you're just jumping a couple of days. So, days of the week. So, this is classes, so it's like a Monday. So it's the first of nine days. So, I don't know if I explained this to you all, but I know I've explained it to some of you when you were just chatting. So there's 9 days. They are all these. I will try to copy them into the thingy after I finish replying to Danko.
Oh, all the days are placed in our notes in the bag of holding in the bio.
Yes.
So you can check there if you wanna see the notes. You can also edit it if it ever need to be.
Yes. Plus, it's also in the in-game chat on
That's true.
Discord.
So try to keep up I try to open the bag of holding so y'all guys can keep the dates in mind.
Okay, it
I
kind of
don't
works.
see it in the bio info of it.
I send it to the chat
Oh, here. I see.
Yeah.
in game, but there's also in our notes on Discord. So basically, how it works is, imagine you have 3 days of week, and then you have 1 day of weekend. So Guev is like a single day of weekend, and then you have another 3 days of the week, and then Zorian and Dorian is another weekend. So it's like there's 1 day.
1, 2.
They have like the Wednesday
So
off,
it's
so to
3-1,
say,
3,
but-
3-1, 3-2.
And when is the
So
party?
the party is the last day of the week, which is Panap, which is the 7th day of the week. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, you were right. You have 6 days.
Hey.
Wow.
Yeah,
Look
so
at
we
you,
have
big brain.
3 or 4 days to try to find that creature in the Bowwood Forest.
And we can always spend the nights there doing whatever we need to as well.
Yes.
My plans do involve being in Rain itself.
Yeah, if you wish to make preparations, like all your poisons and stuff,
Yeah.
we're not gonna stop you, but I think it's handy to have as many hands to fight a beast that's, killing a lot of stuff, but it's up to you, I think.
Be super effective. I do best with a lot of time of prep. So with this time of prep, I could.
You can make sure you're your best when, we're at the party.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, I had another idea for that.
We have a lot of resources right now. I mean, if you wanted to hold off making them for a couple days, that wouldn't really bother most of us.
There's also other stuff I plan to do.
Oh, okay. My bad.
But yeah, I had another idea, because, you were planning to, he whispers, to steal the thing we're supposed to guard.
Well, I have no intention of doing so.
Sorry?
You've taken on the job to.
Yeah, but
got
I mean,
it.
wasn't that steps planned for how to protect it? You take it.
There's a
Oh,
working
that stage of the
theory.
plan. Maybe.
Yeah, I had like an add-on to that plan, because, well, you're gonna have to be, trying to, get away from the mansion so no one connects you to it and accidentally finds you. You could take my horse. It's a very good one, very fast, and you don't even need to be able to ride a horse.
Didn't you switch it to be a dog?
Yeah, I can switch it back.
Okay.
Depending on how well my plans go, that may not be necessary.
Ash, Thaddeus, welcome back.
Thank you.
Was interesting.
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 For me, at least.
A little bit helpful, but all right.
A little bit.
It is helpful, yeah.
I feel like y'all guys did more than just talk.
Thaddeus is sitting there like, I'm freaking Thaddeus. I'm more than just helpful.
Insightful, even.
So
Not that insightful. It's a +1.
Whoa, look at Mr. Insightful over here.
Whoa!
But yeah, whilst you guys were talking to yourselves, I realized that there's hills right next to here called the Butterfly Hills, and that's probably the hills that Bohm was referring to. Yeah, that was the main thing I believe we were doing, just brainstorming about that and what we're gonna do in the next couple days.
Hills of furious flapping and beautiful wings.
Yeah,
You know,
butterfly.
you'd be right.
Yeah, they're beautiful. Like, they're not the most pretty wings, but they're pretty beautiful.
They do taste good as well.
What is
I'm going
most
to ignore that comment, Uncle.
Mm,
Arguably, wings that are colorful and designed to have an image are probably more beautiful than just utility, form over function, and all that.
Unless they were worshipping something that had natural wings and as such saw them as beautiful because they were part of the thing that they worship.
Okay, now you're just stretching.
So, do we want to figure out where everyone's going to be during the defense operation?
What is that?
We didn't get a tour. Like, weren't we tomorrow gonna have a tour of, or was that?
That's right, I do believe.
Yeah, I
It
believe
is tomorrow, not today.
Yes. So
So-
we should probably wait with like the finalization of the plan till then, because then we can have more specifics. But yeah, we can probably go over the basics.
I mean, we're not going to be the only people there. He's going to have actual staff as well. So I'm
Yes.
assuming that we just position ourselves so we can know when someone's there and then alert each other so that they can't get away.
I understand that people look to me as the leader of this group, of the Red Company. However, I'd like to diffuse that notion as we are a union. We're not led. So whoever wants to take charge for this, not me, can decide who goes where, and I believe Blix is the one with, well, the plan, so let's let him decide everything.
Okay, I guess.
I think he wants our input on it, though.
My
Right.
input is that he's in charge.
All right.
Having a
My-
vote.
My input is that I agree that we can see the layout of the manor, and after we've gotten a thorough tour of our fellow staff and the layout of the actual antiques room we're guarding, or the entrances and exits, then we can choose exactly where we want to be so that we can cover those points better.
I believe that, regardless of the layout and such, I would do well placed in the room with the artifact.
Yeah, man. The sneaky dude we met a week ago wants to be in the artifact room.
Not even a week ago.
No, like 2 days.
I assure you, I have no intention of stealing them.
I think someone who can communicate.
Insight check.
Yeah, can I insight that? as
Gold
well?
also inside.
Go ahead.
We're all going.
That's a 10. Told you, I'm not very insightful.
Yes, my proficiency.
Oh,
Yeah,
6.
he's not
Nice.
lying. He has no intention of stealing that thing.
I trust Ernst is competent enough to know that there would be very harsh consequences if he decided to betray.
We kind of know where you live.
That is true. I also
And to
have
be-
a reputation to uphold for not screwing over those that I work with.
all
I
right.
like to be located
That
in.
honor among thieves type thing.
I respect
No,
that.
because it's merely that if I get a reputation for screwing over those I work with, I won't get any more work.
Yeah, that's the honor among thieves.
That's a
No,
good
that's
point.
being smart.
Okay.
Some call it honor, some call it smartness. It's the same thing.
I like to be located in the basement area if they do have one.
Why?
Mmm.
You wouldn't even know if it's important. It could just be
Don't-
like a
don't
wine
just go-
cellar.
Don't just go.
Something that I feel like the new members of this company need to know is that Dunkel is insane. And if you haven't caught that already, I'm telling you now, he's insane. Take what he says with a grain of salt.
I've
I've
picked up
got a pretty good idea at this point.
including his tendency towards kleptomania.
What? What is that?
He like to steal things.
Says you.
I steal things. Well,
Said the thief to a kobold.
I guess yes, I'd be considered
He-
a kleptomaniac.
Point of order. This individual is a thief, and I just pointed to Ernst.
Yes, I am.
However, pointed Dunkel, he's a kleptomaniac because he takes just because he can, not because he needs to.
Mm.
If he sees
I take
something
because-
not nailed down, he will take it, and if it is nailed down, well,
He has a hammer.
he'll consider unnailing it first.
Oh, come on. He takes things that are valuable.
What is
Do we-
happening?
Is this a point where we should start like holding him upside down and giving him a good shake after every day?
We've tried
What is
that.
happening?
He's fine. We already
He gets
checked
it. He gets a weekly pat down.
Yeah.
I'm just. I'm not doing anything. What?
He's not doing anything at all. Come on.
I haven't done anything. I've been with you guys.
You basically stole Blix's wallet.
I haven't stole Blix's wallet at all.
The statement,
I don't
haven't
remember
done
what
anything.
happened. All I know is you had my wallet.
He
I gave
found-
it to you because I found it.
That is true.
He did find your wallet.
Was there any money?
That is true.
Was there any money missing?
I believe a couple copper pieces, but other than that, everything was there.
That's probably a tax for holding your wallet.
Yeah, I mean it's copper. The Dunkel does have a copper tax. It is a occupational hazard. With work.
Understandable.
I flip a copper piece to Dunkel. Have you stolen anything recently that you failed to inform us of?
I haven't stolen anything at all.
That's a lie.
Can I insight check that?
I don't need to insight check that. We
I
were
don't-
in a house and we
I don't
took
even
things.
need to. I'm sure.
We were in a house that didn't belong to us and we took things. He did steal stuff recently.
One of the first things we did when we got here was help him steal from like a merchant.
That was at Digwell.
Oh, that was at Digwell? I don't know,
Yeah.
man. I just work here.
I feel like Dunkel's sweating a bit.
Anyway, yeah.
I guess he doesn't want more copper.
I guess like day before our thing, we can figure
Look,
out our placement.
Thaddeus,
Day before the banquet.
I haven't stolen anything. None of recent events.
Gives an awkward.
Have you acquired anything in the last few days that you haven't told us about?
Yes. This lever.
Well, that's all I'm going to get out of him with that.
It's a nice one,
It's a
right?
very nice lever, Dunkel. Good job. And I just
What's it for?
I pat him on the head.
What's the lever for? I was thinking about using it sort of like my catapult, but in a larger scale.
like a ballista?
Hmm.
Or an actual catapult and not a
Or a
slingshot.
trebuchet?
Yes.
Those are very distinct things. Which require
Just thinking about
Dunkel-
adding it on to
Dunkel-
the Steel Defender.
Out of everyone here, I think you terrify me the most.
Why?
That is an apt observation.
Why? Why do I scare you?
We know what he can
Blix.
do, but we also don't know what he can do because he could do literally anything he wants and we wouldn't realize until it's too late.
What do you mean?
Which is why I've opted to not allow him to even touch the chalice.
Chalice. Why don't you let me touch the chalice, Thaddeus?
Because I know what it does.
And so do I, and I have great
Exactly
love for it.
why I don't want you to touch it, of all people.
Now you've got me curious.
I would
What's this
sooner let
chalice?
him, and I point to Dernst. I'd
Ernst,
sooner let him touch it before you.
Ernst,
You've got me
let me
curious.
let me lend you in on a secret.
No,
Come
No,
close
no.
to me, Ernst.
no,
Just raise my eyebrow.
no.
I want to try to overhear this.
The chalice can poison anybody that drinks it.
Oh, this chalice. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
Probably
flick-
got some
I
great
flick-
poison that you might
I
think
flick
about.
Dunkel on the forehead.
Ah,
That's basically useless. To me,
it's
at least.
not.
You
It's
haven't
a big
experimented
giant.
with it yet, but
I wanted to experiment. Why don't you let me experiment?
You'd
you
like
can
me to take a
experiment with
look?
it on yourself.
You'd like me to take a look? I am quite experienced with poisons.
Wait, so does it make it so if you drink out of
Whatever you put into it will count as poison if you drink it.
it? But if the liquid gets removed from it without...
We're not sure about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was
what time is it?
the thing about poisoning the whole lake with it, but
what time
Arguably,
is
you could
it?
throw it into a lake, and everything in the lake counts as being in the chalice.
Yes.
So, like, I don't know. We don't know the strength of the magic. We just know it's magic.
About what time is it?
nearing the night, so I would say around 8-ish.
Okay, well,
Do we have to be letting Mr. Lumafrost know of our positions tomorrow, or the day, anytime
handle that.
before?
Tomorrow
we'll
morning.
yes, we'll be meeting with him tomorrow morning. So make sure you guys get enough sleep. I'm gonna go to bed because A, I've got to figure this stuff out, as well as B, and I point to Dunkel. He's exhausting. And I go to
Well,
bed.
the night is still young.
Thaddeus makes eye contact with you before you leave and just nods.
The night
Like,
is-
he's also exhausted, but, like, a long-term exhaustion.
The night is still young, so I believe I'm gonna go find myself a tailor, as apparently I shall be attending a party.
I go tinker something.
Even
See
if
you
I'm
guys
not,
later.
just in case I end up being in the main ballroom. Meet you all here tomorrow morning?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'll be in the cart.
I take my leave and head towards Taylor.
Okay.
Who's Taylor? Haha.
It's 8 in the evening.
Yeah, it's not too late.
Most places would be closed
But
at this time.
yeah, you know that most places would be closed.
Fair enough.
Especially tailor shops.
Yeah, it's like 8 to 6. Usually things are open.
Because this is also before the advent of like lamps, so you know, if it gets dark, most people aren't gonna be around outside anymore.
Fair enough. In that case, I'll just head to my room and my bedroom
Very
in my
well.
house. I just my mind just went to room instead of house because I'm like that sometimes.
I mean, you have your own bedroom in your house, so...
Yeah.
Let me just...
You don't know
Duh.
what his house looks like.
Well, we do. We've been there.
$29 platinum left. As I pay for my room.
Do I have one copper piece into Dunkel's pocket?
I have 99 more pieces of copper, Dunkel.
So yeah, I think we all just head to bed, right?
Yep.
Okay. Very well.
Oswald is with Ash.
Dunkel's gonna do his thing before he falls.
Okay, yeah. So I know what Dunk was doing.
Oof.
Okay. So, as you all head to your individual rooms, and you bed down for the night, getting cozy in the bed, covering yourselves with the sheets for those who like it, and for those who like to embrace the cold of the evening during the springtime, you do that. As that's happening, I'm gonna grab Ash.
His net is dying, so just be aware of that.
Okay. Ash, are you there?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you right now.
In that case, okay.
Okay.
Yep. I will DM you passionate question because I have a feeling I know what's about to happen. But Oswald is with Ash at the moment.
Okay. I'm stealing the bot. I don't even know what that. Sorry. Wait. How do I?
Where is the card?
How did you clear the whole playlist from the bot, Butter?
I just pressed the pause. I know the whole entire like stop button. The square.
Ah.
Mhm.
Bot's gonna be back soon. Oh, good eye. Okay, give me just 1 sec. I'll grab this.
Right?
Wait, I don't think it works on Spotify. Suspense music.
Suspense music.
This is your patron's music.
Oh.
Okay, Ash. As you fall asleep, you feel uneasy. You feel there's something coming. And eventually, after a bit of struggle to put your mind at ease, you let yourself drift away. And as you do, the darkness takes you. And you didn't just let yourself drift away. As you open your eyes and you feel you're suffocating. There's pressure all over your body. You feel wet. What are you doing?
I guess I panic a little bit, thrashing if I'm underwater.
And you do so, and as you thrash around, you feel there is resistance of water, almost like you're submerged. And you look up and you see just the faintest of outline of whatever lies beyond.
Going to, I don't know which way is up and which is down, but I'm going to go towards the light.
You do feel there's some kind of gravity in this place, so you know which way is up.
Yeah, I'm trying to go up.
Okay. You begin to swim up, and as you do, grab, you feel the consciousness slowly escaping you as the lack of air is causing you to slowly black out. But as your vision becomes darker and darker, you finally feel your hand emerges through a surface. And you pull yourself up. And there you emerge on top of this still landscape of ocean. No waves. And you were submerged, and you are still, half of your body is still submerged on the surface that your arms lay on top of, but your arms do not sink.
Myself out of the water.
You move out.
Confused.
Yeah, so it's, imagine you're in the water, but only the half of your body, the lower half of your body is in the water, whereas the half that was already jumped out of it, You're almost
Yeah.
like the ocean surface became solid. So your arms are
Okay.
resting on the ocean itself.
So I try to pull myself up as if without water.
And you manage to do so. You climb up and you get your leg on top of the surface and then the other one. And you feel yourself soaked, gasping for air, breathing heavily, trying to replenish the missing oxygen, get it back into your system. And you feel a cold wind blows through this area. You look about, and you notice you find yourself in the same space that you once stood. A couple of weeks ago or so. It's hard to place exactly the time period that has elapsed because it feels so surreal. And you look around and the vast open space of the still ocean spans the whole of your horizon, only being broken by the stars and the floating clouds of this yellow gas in the distance, as well as the single large planet that has been split apart into two pieces with debris floating around it. But you recall, last time you were here, the two pieces of the planet were closer. Now they have drifted apart, ever so slightly. And you look ahead of you, and you meet the same dark throne, on top of which sits the same figure you've met the previous time you had this dream. Sitting there, watching you without saying anything. Rings of orange energy around the wrist, around the ankles, and around the neck. But there's one thing you notice that has changed about this figure. Previously, almost shapeless. But this time, there's more of silhouette to it, to them. You can see the head, the neck. There are like shoulders with what almost looks like shoulder pads, if not. Hands have less of this smoky and dimming features to them and more claw-like. And you see the same two eyes, one blue, one yellow. Welcome, Ashki. It's been a while.
As it still. Hello.
How have you been?
Learning more about this world that I've found myself in has been entertaining, to say the least.
And so you have been doing the same to me. Because what you see and what you feel, I do too.
You do?
And you see the hands grab the handles of the chair, of this throne, and he leans forward. And now he speaks, and when he does, his sound almost resonates within your head. I see. I feel everything that you do. Everything that you indulge yourself in. I am part of your experience now. He leans back in the chair, and now you see he takes this almost relaxed like pose when He crosses his legs, one on top of the other, and leans on one hand, supporting his head with the fist.
Well, did you know how proud I am of Cinder growing up?
I
Do you
am.
know?
We all have, or desire to have, companions of our own. And he snaps his fingers, and as he does, from the surface to the left of you emerges slowly the same, like, tiger-like nebulous form of his, whatever it is to him, emerging and just making eye contact with you as it does, slowly, paw after paw, clawing on top of the still surface. Multiple tails wriggling about.
Ah, thing that ate me. Well, what is their name? I shouldn't be rude.
Their name is the same as mine. They are the same as me. Part of me.
See, well, if you're a part of my experience, I don't have complete grasp of what you mean by that. I'm
Hmm.
understand you a bit better.
Let me say this. You have begun on the quest that I set you upon. And he now turns. And from the sky you see as one of the stars shining, plucked from it. And now within his grasp, this orb containing a life form within. And he nears it towards you. You have provided yet another one, a trophy for me to enjoy in this desolate place. I thank you for it. And he drops it, and it falls onto the ground with a thud. Not rolling, despite being a sphere, just hits the ground and stays there. I didn't replay the song, but that's fine.
Sorry.
Yet, you failed me at the same time. And you see he's getting more serious as he says that.
What way?
I will show you. And he turns around this time to the left of him and plucks another star from it. And brings it closer to you and then again drops it. Now 2 spheres containing the life forces next to each other. You are free to approach.
Very cautiously, Ash stands up straight and walks up to Azazel and the 2 orbs.
Making your way closer. His figure growing even larger as you gain the scale of things. It takes you about a minute to get to where the spheres are. And you, compared to the spheres, are quite small. They are about maybe 15 feet tall. And whatever is inside, the size of the being contained within is amplified in some way. But standing in front of this throne, you feel like an ant in the world that you currently reside in. How tall is he?
Yes.
About 120 feet or so?
Oh!
He's a massive being. And you get close to these translucent and yet like the yellow and orange spheres. And inside the left one, the first that he plucked from the sky, you see a familiar face, an expression of fear, as you see the two halves of this man's body split within the star. That's the man that you have slain during one of those nights. And then you turn and walk up towards the other sphere. And peering within, you see one of the thags that you have recently fought and defeated, and you've sacrificed his being to Azazel, Oblivion's light and darkness. What do you see, Ashki Drasvir?
I see the two men I sacrificed to you. One light and one dark.
What do they have in common?
They were both severed by the blade.
Wrong. And he stands up, and as he does, you feel the ground shakes gently. And he walks around you, around the spheres, and stops behind you. Look closer. What do they have in common?
I will try to more carefully examine. Would you like me to roll insight, I suppose, or something?
You don't have to.
Okay.
Looking inside, you notice the thing they have in common. Actually, yeah, let's roll insight. Let's see if you can figure out what he means by that.
Okay. Oh no. All right.
Dean. Looking at them first, you notice their garments. Simple. Nothing to show off. Just something that you can get in a average store. Then you look closer and you look at perhaps their age. Both seem to be in similar age. Maybe the first one on the left older than the other. And then it catches your attention. They are both of the same race. They are both human.
They are extremely similar. They're both human.
Exactly. You disappointed me, Ashki. And he turns around and begins to walk away, taking small steps, but as he does, his form shrinks again. From 120 feet to 100 feet, 80 feet, 60, until he gets to 40 feet tall. And he turns around again. And now he takes a step forward towards you, and he plucks another star from the sky. this. And then he pulls it in front of him and drops it. I need you to roll dexterity saving throw.
Alright then.
6. You notice as his hand gets right above you and the sphere begins to drop, you do not catch yourself. You're being overwhelmed by this being, by his existence and how intimidating he is. And the sphere falls on top of you, crushing you in a way. And you feel the pain. You take 28 bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
As the sphere descends, and without you realizing it, it's being right above you and it just crushes you. Your lower half of the body as you try to ever so slightly move out of the way. Now, stuck underneath it, you writhe in pain as your lower part of the body is being crushed underneath this heavy, heavy sphere. But you manage to just so turn around and peer within, and you see a Nothic. I somehow turned on Google Assist. Give me a second. Okay, that was weird.
Well.
And you see inside of the sphere a single-eyed being of black skin, claws, the same one that you fought in the Underdark. And now you see Azazel crouches down, and his other half walks around. I'm gonna try this, but I don't have a tube, so I don't know how well that's gonna go, but it roars.
Ooh.
As it sits next to him, watching you both. And you see Azazel staring right at you. You make eye contact, trying to lift yourself up, trying to pull yourself from underneath that sphere. And you see on his forehead, a single eye opens up. And you see as the pupil dots about, staring at different parts of this place until it finally sets its gaze upon you. I need you to bring more sacrifice. And I wish you do not disappoint me the same way again. He snaps his finger yet again, and the spheres lift up. And they begin to float up, disappearing into the sky, turning into the stars yet again. I need more souls of different kind, different beings, their essence. I need it. Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
Very well. As per our contract, do you wish to make a question?
Yes.
Do ask.
I wish to ask you.
Yes.
What do you do with the souls? What do they do for you?
And the eye on his forehead, you see as it blinks. Take them in. Make them part of my being. They make me stronger. It's currently what I need, as I am in my weakest state in millennia, in eons. That's what I need you to provide me with their essence, as every single one of them feeds me. It allows me to grow stronger. That is the purpose I set you upon.
Okay. That's one question answered. Thank you. When can I ask the next?
When I summon you again, when you've provided a sacrifice, then I'll bring you back to my domain, and you will witness the greatness of Azazel, Oblivion's light and darkness, as I grow stronger with each offering. But until then, do not perish, my child. And he stands up, and as he does, the surface of this ocean breaks underneath you, and you fall. And you try to swim back up to the surface, but you cannot. You just sink, almost like there's tons of weight attached to you, pulling you down. And that's when you wake up. Let's come back.
I have zero idea what is happening or what will
And
happen.
we're back.
Like, if I have, like, a vague idea, I can come up with counters, right? How'd that 28 damage feel, Ash?
So, what you see, or go ahead and roll perception for. First of all, is he outside the window or is he inside the room?
He's
with
in the
Ash?
room.
Okay, so he's just watching over him. Okay, go ahead and roll perception with advantage as he normally.
The room where it happened.
Oh my god. Please.
11. I mean, he's not blind, he's slightly distracted.
He also has dark vision.
Yeah, you looked out the window and saw smoke. He's like, I wonder if I could make another smoke signal today. But I'd have to get out of the room first.
This became a canon in our story. Oswald looking for smoke.
His real form, he has a pipe. That's
pipe.
why he's looking for smoke.
He smokes, but it's not the smoke, it's mist emitting from the pipe.
It's like, you know,
yeah, you use
when
ice
you're out
fire.
in the cold.
Sits on the edge of the windowsill and looks over Ash as he's asleep. Firstly, Ash was having a hard time falling asleep, but as he managed to finally bring himself to silence his mind and let himself drift away, Oswald looks out the window. And some time goes by. And then there's this heavy groan coming from Ash. And as Oswald turns around, he sees Ash's body almost paralyzed, laying straight without any movement, yet his head in motion. But there's one thing that stands out to Oswald, is that Ash's lower body is almost squeezed. It's like pushed into the bed, and his abdomen is like sucked in. His thighs are flattened in a strange way. And his legs are like pried apart. His hips are almost like bending, almost cracking at sacrum.
What time of day is it? Or night even?
It's like middle of the night. If you
Like
were
1 or 2
able
in the morning?
to... Yeah, if you were able to ascertain time, that's about the time.
I don't need a long rest. This is where Oswald would constantly harass Thaddeus
Okay.
in his mind. Just hoping to wake him up.
Thaddeus? Thaddeus? We have a situation. Wake your cold ass up.
What? What do you want?
I think you better come to Ash's room. He seems weighted over, in a way.
Okay, I'm going to get out of bed. I'm going to walk downstairs, and you're going to have to give me more details as I go down.
His body looks like there's something crashing it, yet there's nothing here. And Oswald flies up and like sits on the edge of the bed and then like tries and moves the wing over Ash's body, but there's nothing there. There's nothing in this room that is perceptible to my senses in this form.
I'll just share my senses, or share his senses with me,
Well,
and just look at him.
You close one eye and you can peer with one of your eyes into what he's seeing, and you see exactly what I described. Ash's body just being crushed by nothingness, being pushed into the bed, and you can actually hear the boards underneath holding the mattress up just like give way ever so slightly.
I pick up the pace and stop at Blix's room.
Okay.
Try the door, see if it's unlocked.
It's most likely locked.
Actually, have I been in anyone else's room? I don't think so, right?
I think
No.
you've been to like Strive's room or so, but I don't think you've been to anyone else's.
We've
I'll
mostly
just-
been in your room.
I'll just mage hand and like feel around the door and try to unlock it like that.
Would Blix leave a key inside the door?
No.
So
I don't know how these doors lock.
yeah,
so
they
I'm
have a
looking for
key. There's a
something like
key,
little knob.
and there's a knob that you twist.
There's one room that is canonically left open.
I just send the mage hands like in a vague direction and just smack it, that area, and I yell Blix.
Okay.
And then I walk
Go
away
ahead
to
and-
Corey's room.
Go ahead and roll dexterity. For this, let's say adding your dexterity.
Just a dexterity check.
Yeah, just to see if the arm can swat. Yeah, 21. Holy crap, 90. Not.
This is
90.
important.
The magic hand just starts slapping around the place, and Blix, there's this strange moment where
I just got
hear,
slapped away.
and then suddenly it's getting louder until you just feel a smack on your face.
The fuck?
Blix, get the fuck up right now and come with me to Ash's room.
Fine. Okay, fine. And I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna unlock the door and come out.
I'm already at Corey's room,
Okay.
and like I open the door and just mage hand instantly to his face, slap him a couple times, and just run to Ash's room.
Okay.
I'm gonna literally pick Corey up and just fucking fireman carry him.
Okay, you run out
I
of
have
your
no idea.
room. You run out of your room in like I can just imagine Blix being the kind of person with like a nightgown on, like
Yeah, it's-
tied up at his waist,
It's
slightly
yeah.
showing up.
I go to Ash's room. Is it locked?
Is it locked, Ash?
Ash's room was Ash's room was locked.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Oswald, is there a fucking key somewhere?
Corey will fuck off back to his own room.
I have it. And he... Where would the key be? On like a bedside table, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I'd have it kind of. Maybe
Forward
Cinder
catastrophe.
plays with it every once in a while.
Okay, give me a sec, cause that...
This is an odd situation where, like, you can slide things under the door, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just slide a gold coin under the door and use the mage hand to pick it up and, like, put it on the table next to I guess where Cinder's playing. And then Oswald does the whole Indiana Jones thing of swap the key with the coin.
Okay.
Corey's trying to get in through the window, by the way, going back to his own room to fly in. Don't know if it's open or anything, but that's where he fucked off to.
Yeah, you get out of your window and then fly around the building. Yeah, because Ash's room is at the front. Fly around the building and then get outside the window. Is the window locked, Ash?
The window is not locked.
Okay. So as Oswald flies up to find a key, there's suddenly a tiefling flying outside the window that's trying to open the window, and you manage to do so. You like open them aside. They are like side open windows. And this time, managing to avoid the center beam, not flying headfirst into it.
I learned.
You go on and head inside, and the same image that you see now. Ash's body being just perpetually crushed into the bed without anything weighing on top of it. And you hear again as one of the splinter boards like gives way.
Yeah, I'll help Oswald with that key. I'm
Okay.
guessing at this point he might have exchanged it, and I'll...
You manage to find it, and then you run up to the doors and you unlock the doors.
I know I've seen this already, but it's kind of unsettling, like, in person.
What is it? How do we help?
So you all rush into the room.
I'm going to instantly pop a bless the second I see this shit.
Okay.
And I'm gonna bless Ash, Thaddeus, and Corey.
You said
I feel
you
like
saw
that's
this
the
before,
equivalent
Thaddeus.
of like a priest or a nun seeing something they don't
Yeah.
want to see and do the sign of the cross.
Oh dear.
Exorcism.
Save this man. But
Just
Thaddeus,
like
you
eyes
saw this
wide,
before?
trembling, do the sign of the cross.
What do you mean you saw this
What?
before, Thaddeus?
Like a minute ago, in his eyes, and just point to Oswald.
Can I check for a pulse?
You go ahead and check for pulse. Go ahead and roll survival. Or, yeah, survival.
Medicine.
Or, medicine. One, yeah. Good. Medicine.
I'd like to, after that, pop a detect magic. After he
5.
check pulse. Damn, you're bad at medicine. I'm not much better.
You
I'm not a medic!
put the hand
Not a
around where
doctor.
his carotid vein would be,
Just don't go.
and you just try and feel for it, but you cannot find a pulse. You just cannot
Can't
place
find a
your
pulse.
fingers in the right place. And then all of you watch as Ash's body suddenly and the weight on him is being lifted. His abdomen no longer crashed. His legs come back to a neutral position. And the mattress that he's laying on slightly lifts up, like almost inflating itself.
Can I take a swing at the area that looked like it was being crushed?
Yeah, go ahead. But did you grab your weapon with you?
Nope. You're
just
I am
fisting it.
in my nightgown.
Yeah, so just as
He's
like
just
a note,
punching the air
Thaddeus
randomly.
Thaddeus has like a night robe on, you know, like a nice silk robe, but is wearing his slacks underneath. No shirt. But he does have his cane with him after being informed of what's happening here.
Very well.
What was that? Should we wake the man up?
Did
Can
I connect with anything?
So you swing and nothing connects. You're almost like shadow boxing at the moment.
Can I determine like what was happening? Like I've spoken to Ash in private about what's happening. Can I figure out what exactly was causing this?
You can try. Go ahead and roll Arcana check.
And before I did so, I was going to cast Enhance Ability on myself because it is prepared.
Okay, you can do so.
Is it
That's an
Fox's
enhance
Cunning?
ability.
Yeah, Fox's Cunning. Which would give me advantage.
Blix,
Yes.
there is a thing you notice as you're the one standing the closest to Ash, and then Corey right next to you. As you're like trying to punch the air and find if there's any force that was pushing its being on top of Ash, you look at him, and his face was in like the most painful expression you could have imagined and seen, but then it goes into this no longer
Point out
pain,
something?
no longer pain, but confusion and slight terror. And you see there's something about Ash's eyes.
Ash
Yeah?
is natural form.
Arcana 26.
Is Ash in his natural form because he's asleep?
No. He still looks. He still looks the same as he did during the day.
Yeah, you have to like actively think about changing your appearance in order to change your appearance. So, going to
Okay.
sleep, you wouldn't change back.
Thought it was a thing that change at least do. Okay.
What's different about his eyes?
Are they like
I'll get to that in
flickering
a
or...
second.
Oh yeah.
They are moving, almost like he's in a REM, right? Is that the deep part of the sleep where your eyes are like rapidly moving?
REM cycle,
Yeah,
yeah.
REM
Rapid
cycle.
eye movement.
Yep. But there's the faintest glow around where his eyes are shut. Go ahead and roll perception for me, Blix and Corey.
Can I?
Wow.
Yeah, I want.
Bless is only saves, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
Sorry,
take
fucking
guidance
nailing
because
it.
it's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to cast Detect Magic earlier, but then other stuff happened, so.
I mean, you can do that in a second. You, Thaddeus, with that 26 Arcana check. It's super strange that no physical object or any such thing was present as you got to witness basically the whole thing, as with Oswald's perception. And it just doesn't make sense. Why would some kind of force, whether real or fantastical, cause such physical and real reaction on Ash's body as well as the surrounding? There's a strange connection which you can't quite ascertain, but you know that this is not something that can be easily determined.
What did you ask?
Perception 2 and 15. Okay. You, Blix, notice there's a faint glow where Ash's eyes are shut. One eye glows blue and one eye glows yellow. While, Corey, would you like to cast Detect Magic?
Yes.
You go ahead and there is an area. You can't precisely perceive where it is, but somewhere around Ash's torso, there's this energy that's almost pulsating.
Does it look like it's kind of from underneath his shirt or something like that?
From what?
Or is it like it's on top of it?
It's from within.
Yeah, I'm definitely pulling his shirt up or whatever he's wearing, because there's something there.
You pull his shirt up, And there's nothing there.
It isn't like more.
And then, Ash, you wake
exposed.
up. Immediately stand up, sit up on the bed, slightly caving in as the boards underneath the bed gave in. And you feel yourself sink gently, and then when your eyes open, you all see the same yellow and blue glow of his eyes that vanishes within a second.
There wasn't anything magical about them?
You couldn't tell. Not with the two.
No, fair.
No, he was radiating magic from his chest.
That also went away when he woke up, or passion, the magic around his chest, did that also go away when he woke up?
With the two, you can't quite tell. You're being disturbed by his sudden awakening.
I'm also radiating magic, so it's probably distracting.
There's a lot of background
Magic.
magic.
Yeah.
A lot of arcane noise.
What did you ask?
It's 140 feet tall.
I'm pretty sure I told you asking the question, the life, the universe, and everything was a bad one, because it was going to come back with a number.
Yeah, no.
What did you ask?
My purpose.
Hmm.
What I wasn't supposed to. What he does with the souls.
Told you weren't going to like it.
Making him strong. Of course I am. Neil.
I pull up a chair and just lean back into it.
Cards on the floor.
Care to fill me and Blix in what this is about?
Yeah,
or...
Hi.
Does somebody want to explain what the actual fuck just happened?
At this
You
point,
deepen your
Corey also-
pact?
I don't think there's an extra chair, but take a seat if you can.
I'll stand.
The mage
Sits
hand
on the
closes the
floor.
door and shuts the window.
Very well.
Well, one of you probably don't want to be here to hear this, but if you want to
do you
stay,
want me here or not?
Well,
this
depending.
isn't really a thing that Ash can answer for that.
Yeah,
Ash, do you want me here or not?
I just look at Ash.
you would probably want to walk away.
I'm going back to bed. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Sleep well.
Corey is attentively looking, like hands supporting his head, leaning forward. I'm not leaving. I want to know you're talking about some weird stuff.
Hold on. And I turn around halfway through the hall and I walk back and I slap Thaddeus. That's for slapping me in my sleep. And then I go to bed.
Your cheek feels suddenly hot.
Hold on. 1 second.
And for
No.
reference, I slapped him with the tattoo hand too.
No, I succeed on concentration.
You take
So I'm
2d10
concentrating on his
psychic
spell.
damage from the slap with the tattoo.
I don't even bat an eye as you do that.
Just like, yeah, that was expected.
No, more like I'm accepting that price for what I did.
Yeah.
Ash in that sort of situation, I don't care what damage I take.
You could just take one
Fair
bludgeoning.
enough. As Blix leaves for the second time, you see an invisible force close the door. As I wave my hand, kind of dismissively, look at Corey. There's no hiding it now.
Yeah, no, you're like possessed or something.
That's
Not
not
when you reveal what he's doing with those souls the moment you wake up.
Oh.
well. Like, unable to even convey anything to anyone about this as of yet, anyway. I'm in a contract with a being known as.
And as
I
he
try to say
attempts
his
to say the name, you do not hear anything. And his mouth moves, but in very unnatural way.
I just give a side eye to Corey. Don't try to perceive what he just said.
Okay, so
Don't ask him to say it again with the intent of trying to break whatever spell is on him there. It hurts. It hurts a lot. More than that fucking tattoo.
There. All I know is that he's a powerful being, a lord of darkness and the light of oblivion.
I'm guessing it has something to do with your fancy sword.
Yes.
Thinking back to the time I spent in the library, were there any books that I came across that had anything to do with, like, eldritch beings? Because I was trying to figure out what was going on with that tattoo, right?
Yeah,
Looking for any sort of...
You definitely came across at least one while, but you didn't pay too much attention as you were concentrated on more religious aspect of it.
Might have to take another trip to the library.
Most likely. This being is the thing that guided me to the God's tier. It's most likely connected. Whenever I saw its domain, I don't know, but I saw what looked like a planet that was slowly fractured. It had gotten weaker than the last time I had saw it. Splitting. And them, I don't know. My patron, like he had taken a more true form. The first time I had seen they were just amorphic, more of a mist, but you could see the claw and the silhouette. Hell, just from what I have already done, that they have. Corey, I need to be honest with you.
Yes. I'm not
Part
hearing it.
of the contract with my patron that I'm currently forced to means that I have to sacrifice living things to him. He considers them trophies, and he hurt me. Could have crushed me with a single one of the souls that I just have given him already. A Nothic that I had killed in the Underdark, actually.
Really, that counted.
That counted.
It is a
Um,
living person, just deformed by magic.
That's part of the thing. He was angry because I had given him 2 of the same species. He wants interesting, unique trophies. That's what he thinks. Okay, let's play the air. So, 2 humans. The person we were trying to find that killed that thug in the back alley was me.
This is why I said Blix probably doesn't want to be here for it.
Yeah.
I found out that I had to kill every so often to appease my patron. And so I went into the bad side of town and found one woman in an alleyway getting ganged up on by 3 guys. And I killed one of them. I tried to stop it. It got violent. I killed them, and I sacrificed. It was kind of a looking for trouble kind of thing. I thought if I had to kill somebody, I might as well find someone who deserved to die.
Now you know why I've been trying to redirect our attentions.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean...
I'm sorry I didn't say anything until now.
Yeah, I mean, in my subconscious, I knew it was you, but I just didn't want to accept it. You know, I was like, no, it can't be Ash. But yeah, you matched up way too well.
Yeah.
I told you within the month. I just look at Ash.
Yeah. But it feels good being honest about it. The problem is I'm going to have to do it again before too long.
Did it specify what kind of trophies it wanted? Could it be any living creature?
It possibly could.
You do have to go hunt a beast.
You know, you might be interested in a bear or something. I don't know.
You'd still be feeding it.
Yes. Anything to make it stronger.
Though, a theory that I have is the strength of the soul. The weaker the soul, the less it gains power from.
Possibly.
A bear wouldn't have that strong of a soul.
It makes sense. Generally, yeah, those kind of souls matter less. You know, worth less. That's why, you know, devils don't try to trick a bear into sinning or to selling their soul.
True. Well, there might be a unique strength that comes from there too. I can't tell for sure. My patron is only clear with his words whenever things are serious. I don't like it when he gets serious. That was the first time he's been a lot of.
Oh yeah, of course you're Corey will just, you know, grab your hand as if you allow it, I'll just heal you for like 15 hit points. I know it doesn't matter because you'll heal him anyway, but it's what he do, you know, you just feel a bit of a warm glow enter your hand.
Thank you.
Yeah. So like, you really don't know much about this guy, I'm guessing.
No.
his aspirations are, so to say, what he wants with it.
I wish I did.
Yeah, you often don't, even if they tell you something.
This is why I said be specific with your question. And not to ask the one that you did.
It answered more than one question, luckily. I have a better idea of what I need. I have a better idea of what's going on. The other thing I learned is that my patron is now.
Is what?
You see, as Ash's eyes turn blue and yellow, everything I see, he sees. Everything he sees. David.
Is he coming out real bad for anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit.
I can still gather most of what he's saying.
Yeah. I've been thinking this entire time, like trying to piece in his sentences.
Shoot.
Oh man.
The moral I've gotten is his eldritch deity patron is scary.
Yep, super big, very scary, very childish.
Sees what he sees. But what was that first thing you were saying in this bit? Like before, before the eyes bit.
That the patron is like getting kind of serious all of a sudden about something.
No, after that.
No.
Because
Yeah,
what
he said
I
a
heard
word
was-
and I didn't hear what it was.
Yeah.
My stomach hurts.
Muffled.
Oh, what the fuck?
Dang it.
Oh, there you
You're
go.
good. You're good.
All right.
So just before the eyes.
Did you
He's
say
what?
he's an asshole, or what did you say?
No, I said I don't like. So, things I said is I don't like it when he's serious.
Yeah, right after that.
Everything I see, he sees.
It was before that. You said a word. I think it started with an O.
So it started with an H.
He's a what?
He might have just said "oh" and
I think it was just oh hand. I didn't say
Oh.
something
Okay.
for that.
Now we're just getting conspiracy. We're getting paranoid. Just like,
I thought you said a word and then cut out.
I
and
really
didn't hear
thought
it.
you went, and he's an asshole. That's what I thought you said.
What I heard was like, and he is, and then I heard an H, so I was like, bro, if you're gonna say he is Helm, then I'm gonna flip you off. But
If he's Helm,
Imagine.
I would have gotten up, walked to Blix's room, and just laughed at him.
just like, yeah.
I fucking told you.
I told you.
So he sees what you see.
And he feels what I feel.
slaps you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Kind of like a familiar.
Who's the familiar in this situation, huh?
Ashes.
Oh,
This is what
arguably
it's
better
like,
than Oswald.
Oswald.
Oswald can't level a building. Not yet, at least.
Well, neither can I yet.
Were you thinking of telling the others since it's getting more intense, or?
Yes, I think it's
I
best.
think for now we keep this to ourselves. And the reason I suggest that is we have a lot of things to do. And I'd rather not leave a single person out. And I mean Blix in this situation. So I guess we
And
could...
me.
Well, I mean, out of character, I mean Blix doesn't want any lawbreakers or want to know anything about
he
lawbreaking.
probably wouldn't want to know this shit. Like,
At
the very
feeding
least we
souls
could-
to an extraplanar entity.
We could
don't
leave
think-
details out, but...
I mean, I did that. In the alley.
True.
We could leave details out, but I'd rather get everything together in one concrete pamphlet and not have anything else on the table.
Okay.
Probably not best to bring up a investment scheme during a meal. It's usually after the meal.
Now my
Okay.
jokes just seem inappropriate. About trying to take Dunkel's soul.
Yeah, that frightens me.
Don't
I mean,
worry.
I talk.
I'm actually into that stuff. Ancestors work, but me not.
I'd consider it.
I think Strife and Eve would have an easy time understanding. I don't know about Dunkel or Blix.
Dunkel will just not believe you, I think.
And
Magic's not
Yeah.
real according to him, so he'd think you were playing a prank.
I mean, he doesn't understand what a soul is anyway, so.
we've only known Durst a couple of days, but I'm thinking after I know him a bit.
At the very least, after our job is complete at the end of the week, we reevaluate if we should inform them then or later.
All right. I do have to ask about how to deal with a abuse patron.
With what?
An abusive patron.
Ah,
I believe there are circles you can go to. It's completely anonymous. No one has to know your real name.
Sounds nice.
They gather together
Anonymous.
on. Sorry. They
Is
gather
this
together
Patrons
on
Anonymous or something?
Dorian. I can't read that. My eyes are bad.
yeah, Dorian.
Fucking Ash needs a battered warlock shelter.
They gather together on Saturdays, is what I'm saying. They usually have coffee.
Sounds nice.
At the
Couple
end, do
snacks.
they say, "Patron, grant me the serenity to accept the things I can change"? Sorry.
All right.
I'd suggest talking to Eve, though not about everything. Maybe discuss pacts, the deals that she might have made.
Yeah, maybe somebody. Well, I don't know. I don't want to fill someone else's seat. I'm going to. Honestly, sleep doesn't sound good anymore. I'm going to sit here and pet Cinder. Think.
Yeah, if any of us need to stay, I'd happily stay, but I'm sure Cinder will keep you company well enough.
If you need, you can stay in my room. It's big enough. And your bed's... It cannot be
God.
safe to sleep in that bed.
I hope I don't have to pay the deposit on this thing.
Maybe ask
Yeah.
Uncle, he can...
I'll ask Jungle in the morning to fix it.
I think magical sleep nightmares are common enough that there might be terms in the contract for it.
At the very least, it'll cost you a couple copper to have it repaired. Dunkel seems to be quite partial to it.
I think that'll be cheaper than getting a carpenter.
We just need to get him some melatonin.
All right. As long as I can bring Cinder with me, I'll head to your room and try to really.
That's a magic item. It's enchanted with calm emotions.
Ooh.
A pillow of calm emotions.
That sounds so good.
Next magic item. Yeah.
Just get him also a pillow of protection from evil and good to just like a sleep like a dream catcher. Get him a dream catcher.
Dreamcatcher of protection from evil and good.
You.
Alright. So I scoop Cinder up, but I still have the little gold coin. They're kind of chewing up.
And Cinder is looking at you worryingly, kinda scared in a way, but nevertheless worried about you.
I'm not fully aware of how patrons work. I have some ideas, but if you manage to break free from this one, couldn't you make Cinder your patron?
Maybe.
Don't think
You
don't
hear
think Cinder's powerful enough for that yet.
Not strong enough. They're a baby.
Baby.
you hear a faint voice coming from just where you hold Cinder.
This is in Draconic, right?
It is in Draconic.
Okay. I
So
hear
we
her
just hear
hissing.
some roar
Yeah.
and hiss. Aw.
Oh. I would love that. Hello. Did you just...
Okay. I'm not familiar with the dialects of Draconic, but I believe she's saying something.
Yes. Okay. I kind of hold her up to my face. Okay. Hi.
And she
They grow up so
smiles.
fast.
And she like starts licking you.
Oh. And just kind of accept it.
You taste like fear. I like it.
That is a red dragon.
I will devour you in your sleep.
You can start feeding me souls.
Yeah.
Yay!
The dragon wants the flesh. Patron gets the soul, dragons gets the flesh. It's a very efficient system.
It's a
Yeah,
very
yeah.
efficient-
Don't waste anything of the body.
Then but so I end up following you with Cinder to your room. All the while my eyes are still blue and yellow.
Yeah, Corey will say goodnight before splitting off to his own room.
Can I make the connection that Ash is a familiar to this patron?
If you wish.
Alright. This whole time I'm trying to imitate the way that he's looking by closing one eye and making Oswald's eyes shift slightly. Have one eye my color, one eye his color.
Okay. Although his
Yep.
eye is only yellow in the darkness.
We both have blue eyes, but mine's like slightly whiter. So it's like hard to tell if it is actually working.
A good imitation, nevertheless. With that, you all get back to bed. Some of you having sleepover for the night.
I like take one of my very fluffy pillows and throw it at Ash. You're not sleeping in the same bed as me, but welcome to my room.
Thank you. I'm gonna just be here. I'm gonna.
There is like a cover blanket just to make the bed look nice when it's made. So I'm assuming you can have
Yeah, it'll be
that.
like laid out on the floor with like a pillow. I'm sure he has a bedroll if he's uncomfortable with the floor.
But yeah, you manage to get a proper bed, and despite sleeping on the floor, it's equally as comfortable, if not more comfortable, with this super fluffy goose feathered pillow compared to that one we were sleeping on, which is like beaten up and there's like balls of feathers that are bunched up. Way more comfortable this one is. Go ahead and make a charisma saving throw for me. You have bless, still, I will consider that, so you can get to add 1d4.
Okay. Original saving plus a d4.
18.
18.
Still keeping in mind what just happened and the traumatic experience of being summoned into the domain of your patron still dawning on your mind. But then a thought of a group that you travel with, companions that came to your aid, that listened to what you had to say, and the brainstorming on what should be done. It puts you at ease, and with Cinder within your arms, you manage to fall asleep. Not long after you bed down. And that's where we arrive the next morning.
Long rest.
So, yeah, you can have long rest. It wasn't that long. It was maybe like an hour at most.
I am going to sacrifice the 1 hit point I lost, as well as a 3rd level spell slot. Just for the sake of, roleplay. I didn't sleep fully, but I slept enough to heal a bit. Or to
Okay.
recover some magic.
Alright.
I wake up and I feel my face slightly bruised over.
Got a bit of a blue spot on your cheek.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, Blix could arm wrestle or reload.
Yeah.
He lost easily, though.
But
Again,
he survived it.
I gave you a run for your money one time. I'll count that as a victory.
It's like as a child managing to somewhat stay in an arm wrestling contest for a couple seconds with like an adult, like a burly adult.
The worst part is you couldn't like cup each other's hands, so I always imagined it as you like holding his pinky.
Yeah, just holding like his finger.
Okay, the next morning arrives. The birds fly by your windows, chirping ready for the tackling of another hard or less hard day. Now,
I'd wake up again. I wake up early, maybe a little bit later than normal, but I have gone downstairs, gotten food for myself and Ash, and gotten back up.
okay. Now, for those who are sleeping in the inn
Mm-hmm.
and would like to participate, go ahead and roll d20. Without
D20.
adding anything, and I'm gonna choose one person who rolled the highest.
That's not me, that's
Yo.
for sure.
I think it's
People
Eve.
in the inn, correct?
Oh,
I also think it's not me.
I think I did.
Passion.
Yeah, someone
Only
tells me
people in the
Eve
inn, right?
participated.
yes.
I think
Okay.
something happened to Eve.
Hey, but me and Blix had a tie where you have to roll.
Yes. Eve, as you're
Yes.
getting ready this morning and putting your clothes back on and, getting ready for it, if you do have makeup routine or, skincare routine in the morning, washing your face in the
Not
bowl
really,
with
but yeah.
you.
Thaddeus absolutely has skincare routine.
He does.
Oh, he does.
The changelings don't need makeup. They just
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't need
that's true. You
makeup,
just
yeah.
you snap your
You
fingers
don't
and your
even need to
blackheads
really
are
wash your
gone.
face because I can make blackheads appear or disappear at will.
That's true.
Oh my gosh.
only
Anyway.
for hygiene,
You are getting ready, and then you hear a knock on the door.
Okay, I'll go. I'll say, who is it?
No answer.
I'm going to very cautiously crack my door open and peek out.
And you do so. And as you peek around between the frame and the door, you see a person standing backwards, cloaked up, with a hood on, standing in front of your door, casually, just looking around the space.
It's a ranger. Get him.
Can I help you with something?
Ah. And you see a person turns around. And you notice a familiar mask on their face. A half mask that covers only the upper half of their body. With eye holes. And peeking just from the edge of the hood. A smile on top of the mask where the forehead is. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Would you happen to have time to speak with me for just a minute?
Hang on, is this the mask that, like, the cultists
Yeah.
had?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
And you
Okay.
see one feature of his that you can discern is when he speaks, you see his teeth, and a number of them are like blackened, browned, not taken care of.
Ew.
But
You have time to speak
yet,
about our Lord and Savior?
but yet the other ones are fine.
Our Lord and Savior gingivitis.
I'm going to open the door more and
And you
say, what
see
is
a
this
smile on
about?
his face.
That medieval era sugar hit different.
If you wouldn't mind speaking to me for a minute, if I could come in. That doesn't bother you, of course.
I'm gonna say give me just a moment, and I'm gonna close the door.
Take all the time you
And
need.
yeah, I'm gonna close the door and get like actually fully dressed because I like answered it in a nightgown.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have my sword on my hilt and like prepared, like ready to grab. And then I'll open the door and let him in.
Very well. Ah, thank you. And he steps forward, keeping to himself, but very casually and looking around the space, curiously, almost like a child in a way. And then he looks around, looks back at you, looks at the bed and points. May I?
Sure.
And he sits down and plops his hands on his knees. It's a nice place, I have to say.
It's not the worst place I've spent the night.
I can imagine. I bet you do well for yourself, especially after gathering some coin my friend had. Speaking of, would you happen to have a mask and a cloak of his that you've so rudely taken with you? It would mean the world to me if you gave it back.
You might need to snuff him out.
I
We're
don't
not here.
know what you're talking about.
Go ahead and roll a deception check.
Good that this happened to Eve.
I'll be
Wait,
honest, if this happened to me or Strife, this guy would be dead.
Well, not dead. He'd be a fucking hostage.
Yeah, but like if he knows.
He
more
stands
now.
up and faces you. I am certain that you know exactly what I'm talking about. The
Quick
mask.
23
the
didn't
same-
beat his. Damn.
Quick question, Passion.
Yes.
We're all having like breakfast or getting ready or whatever, right? He
Yeah.
walked in the front door, right?
He did.
Okay, all right. Just leaving it at that.
Me and Ash would have no idea what's happening downstairs.
Nope, none of you do. So I will say again, could I please have it back? It would mean world to me.
If I knew what you were talking about, I would give it back, but I don't know what you're talking about.
See, you're a sly one. That tongue of yours,
Am I?
it speaks of many things, but not always as truthful as you're trying to pertain. We know of your little group and the invasion of a house of a fellow member of mine. I honestly do not care for the gold. I just want the mask and the cloak back. And if you truly don't know what I'm talking about, I am happy to wait here. If you go and grab someone else who may know what I'm talking about and bring it to me, I would be very pleased with that. And then he sits back down and then hands on the knees again, and he continues looking around.
Okay, I'll be right back, and I'm going to head up to Thaddeus's room.
Oh shit! I got all the action.
Yeah. And
Just as
I'm gonna be surprised that Ash is in there too. By the way, like I'm gonna get up there and
So you-
knock on
not
the door.
explaining.
Good
I'm not giving you
morning.
context
Um,
either.
I might have
Hastily,
one of the.
hastily
No,
make your way up.
Yeah, I
Right.
get up there. Like I might have one of those cultists in my room right now.
You
Somebody want
know,
to help me out?
you know that one actor? He's in *Inglorious Bastards*. He's like the German like detective guy.
Yeah.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's what this cultist reminds me of.
Yeah, very
Mhm.
polite, but he is
Like-
here to do some insidious shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm gonna get to Thaddeus's room and knock on the door and
On the
tell him that
trap
there's
door.
a cultist in my bedroom.
A mage hand opens it, and Ash
I-
is standing there.
Yeah, I'm standing there. I wave. Morning.
Oh, I didn't picture you two together, but okay.
Nope.
There's like
Anywho.
a very like no role needed kind of like expression on Thaddeus's face. Like, what are you talking about? Like completely innocent.
I'm gonna look at him and then say, "You remember that person's house we went to? Yeah, there's a guy wearing the same mask that we found. He's in my room right now, asking for the mask and the cloak back."
Worst 24 hours ever.
Today's just full of excitement.
Anyone want to help me out here? Because I don't know what to tell this guy.
I put on my shirt because I was shirtless, and I put on my robes and I go with. Just fueling this imagination that you have. Because Thaddeus has zero interest in that sort of relationship with anybody. Right. Fun. I'm glad somebody decided to be a hostage for us to give us a little more insight into what we're doing.
Okay, yeah, and I will lead them back to my room.
Okay. You come back, and the door swings
Meanwhile, like,
open.
everyone else is just sitting down in the main room, just drinking coffee.
I will
sleeping in.
send
I'm having
Oswald-
breakfast, throwing pieces of it to my dog.
I'll send Oswald down to our usual table. It's time for them to play charades while we deal with this.
Okay. The door swings open, and sitting on the bed, you see a man clothed in a black cloth with a half mask. Now the hood's down, and you see there's a expression of like enormous joy, a smile with like closed eyes, almost crying in laughter on top of this mask. And he's just sitting there, still, hands on the knees. And then when he sees you, he stands up. Oh, my pleasure. I'm happy that I get to meet more of you.
I'd like to just scan him. Does he have any, like, religious symbols or...
Go
like...
ahead and roll perception or investigation, whichever one you'd like.
Wonder which one I will pick
No wonder.
for this situation.
Investigation.
God fucking damn it.
That's a fine.
Damn, that's rough.
I'm gonna have to also try and
Do the same then?
check out.
Either or?
Yep. All right. Come on.
Ba-boom.
We are great at
And
this.
looking at him,
I wish I was there.
there's nothing outstanding. He's just wearing a cloak and a mask. That's the only thing that stands out from the rest of his attire. The cloak splits open in like a V shape in front of him, and you see just like a brown and cream clothes of like a commoner. no religious symbols, no necklaces, rings, nothing that shows his affiliation to anything.
So, really quick, out of character. Why did we go to that person's house to begin with? It was related to the murder, right?
The debtor.
It was the debt that
Yeah,
we had
the
to
debt
collect.
That's why we also took the money for the debts that person had to your dwarven friend.
I see. Okay. Makes more sense now. I forgot about that.
We just raided a random ass house.
So I would
Raiding random ass
assume
houses. Definitely not something I'd do.
Dernst walks inside the place right now
Yeah,
as
he
the
came
owl
in early.
the owl just like drifts around the staircase and like flies into the main chamber of where the dining area is and just beelines towards the table where Strife and everyone else is sitting.
I'd imagine he wouldn't like beeline to it. He'd be like make a show of it and be like, "Yeah, I'm here. Look at me, I'm beautiful."
Right.
The
Let's get back to Eve's room. He's right there standing in front of you.
I'm under the impression that you have business with us that honestly doesn't pertain to us, but go ahead and speak your piece.
Very well. I shall not take any more of your time than I have to. I come here to retrieve a fellow members of mine a piece of garments that you have taken from his house. As rudely as you've made your way inside his house without any permissions or introductions. I would like the mask and the cloak back, please.
Thaddeus just sort of like cocks his head and raises an eyebrow and then looks over to Ash.
Well,
I should probably go gather the others. One of them is bound to have it.
oh, certainly. You can take your time.
Thaddeus makes that look of, okay, that's the route we're going. Meanwhile, downstairs, Oswald is making charades at whoever's at the table.
What do I roll to try and interpret these charades? Is it insight to try and interpret these charades?
It is, yes. You walk up to the table as Oswald's just there in front of Strife, and
he puts his wing over his face to cover part of his, like, again, to cover part of his face, but reveals like still his eye, and then like with one wing he draws like a upside down curve.
So 15, 17, 15. Do any of us?
all of you gather what he's talking about. He's just like, go upstairs, there's shit happening.
Huh.
Yeah, just
Something to do with a mask.
Excitement, it seems, and I'll
Yeah, he like
make up my way.
he puts his wing on his like head, like covering only his eyes, not the beak, and then he like splits the wings apart and like reveals his eyes, and you gather that he's talking about the mask.
I'll make my way up real quick.
Yeah, me too. I rolled a 22.
Yeah.
So you all make your way up, and then there you are. You see Eve, Ash, and Thaddeus standing outside the room, as in having a conversation with someone that's within.
On the way up, before we got in, I was gonna ask the people walking up. Does anyone here have the mask?
I believe I gave it to Strife.
You do, Strife.
Unless you put it in the bag of holding, then.
I don't remember doing that, so I guess I have it on.
Where is Dunkel?
Yeah.
Did anybody go to get Dunkel? I was gonna say, I'm
Nope.
pretty sure Dunkel's with
No,
the
because
cart.
he's like a couple blocks over at the stables.
Yes, he's at the
Okay.
stables. With the cart.
I mean, one of you can
And
put in
horse.
a request to Oswald. However, if Thaddeus doesn't give the order, you never know what Oswald will do.
So Dunkel's all alone out of this.
Thank you.
Okay, what is it you're doing?
I know.
I'm gonna ask him why he thinks it was our group that took it.
Wow, you say it like you're the most inconspicuous bunch in the city. Now, you do have your fancy abilities that you can disguise yourselves, although we have many ears and eyes around the place. Thinking that you would get inside a house unnoticed must be very foolish.
Who's
to think.
We're all here,
Wait.
right?
Ah, yeah, that's where you arrive, and you now come behind the three that are standing in the door, and you see this masked person. The grin, whenever he talks, you just see these white teeth that are divided by these brown and black teeth in between. As he continues.
A big old smirk comes across. Oh my, this is gonna be interesting.
I'm gonna take a deep breath in.
No.
And a deep breath out.
And we don't like when people meddle in our plans and dealings.
So
I just want the mask back with the cloak. We is a collective. We who are of the same ideology.
Which is?
And what is that ideology? And
Go
if
ahead.
you would like,
and either one of you rolls a persuasion with advantage, or two of you roll separate persuasions. Blix
I have a
and Strife.
-1. I have a -1.
do you want me to roll persuasion with advantage, Strife?
Yes, I have a -1.
16. We are the children of Ardor Vale.
Quick question.
Yes.
To the rest of the party. Did any of you send Oswald off, or is he with you?
Well, I didn't send him off.
Okay.
I wanted to pull out too. I would have just. Is that the right way of putting it, or is that?
I think you almost got the spelling right. It's
like Vale, like
yeah.
VIL?
Oh. Like a wedding veil.
I will telepathically ask Oswald if that name means anything to him, to what he's been asking me to do.
Sorry, Thaddeus, not a clue.
So
my interest has suddenly dropped.
Like I said.
How?
Yes, please.
The mask has like a happy face and a sad face on it, you said, right?
Yeah, so the one you have, it has like a pained and agonized face, where this one has like overjoyed, like smiling, eyes closed, almost like crying in like happiness.
It's the cry laugh emoji.
That is such a cool play on words you did there with that. And okay, sorry.
So, I may be new to this group, but Thaddeus and whoever may else be interested to answer, what is the usual response to this kind of thing?
I'm pretty sure all of
One, you normally don't use real names.
Ah.
Two,
well, he'd already said his name.
Yeah, but regardless, I wouldn't say my name in the off chance he doesn't know what mine is.
Didn't he just say Thaddeus? Didn't he say Thaddeus? Before I said anything?
Thaddeus? Strife. And I think that's all I heard. For now.
Yeah, I know I said it after he said it. I'm not the one that gave it to him.
I actually don't remember him saying either of our names.
I don't think he said our names. I think we accidentally referred to each other.
You did.
Anyway, what I think we should do. All right, listen. We'll give you your stupid mask back on one condition.
What is it?
Tell us more about your group.
Now, that's not how it works.
I'm afraid that is how it works, because unless you have an escape plan, you're kind of at our mercy.
And you see the grin grows larger.
I'm gonna whisper over to like kind of like where he can't see and whisper to like any of the casters. If you have silence, prepare it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll sleight of hand for that.
Versus his perception, I'm assuming.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to pay mind as after you mention the escape plan, he turns sideways towards you and looks out the window of Eve's room. Now, if one of you would be so kind as to come over and see what I see.
I'll make my way
I'll
over.
humor him.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're surrounded.
Well, you're all in the doorway, so Durns, you're the one walking
No, I
out?
meant the building being surrounded.
Oh, well, you don't know yet.
I'm stepping into the room to look through the window that he's looking
Right.
through.
Pushing your way through the crowd in the doorway. You walk up next to him, and now you're facing him, and you're standing right in front of. And you notice he slightly smells of sweat.
Gross.
And he gestures outside and asks you, "What do you see?"
Take a look.
Go ahead and roll perception.
This could also be the entire city is in on it.
Perception. 4.
I see some buildings.
Yeah, you see
I
buildings.
see some glass. That's what I see.
There's an alleyway behind the inn, and there's just like buildings and and a fence and windows of the buildings.
Could I go take a look as well?
There's
You
the obvious
can.
of there's a window there with a way out.
You go ahead and walk up Strife. Go ahead and roll perception as well.
Thaddeus is doing his trademark pinch nose facepalm.
You look out and you see the same thing as Dern sees. There's an alleyway, a fence, and behind the fence, the alleyway comes into like a triangle shape before dividing into more smaller alleyways. And as it does, you see there's children playing with like a leather stitched ball that is inflated. And they are kicking it and like throwing it, and there's parents behind them, and the parents are chatting and giggling at their children. What do you see?
I see a normal town.
Now that is an interesting way of putting it. See, what I see is beings minding their own business without a care in the world. Their existence simply relying on the moments here and now. What if those moments are fleeting? What if
You're telling me that they're all
Are you threatening
hostages?
children right now?
Oh no, they are not hostages. We would not take children for hostages.
But would you
Others we
take
may.
me?
What I'm saying is, this city is like a big hay bale. And we are a match. And your group, if you continue to meddle in our business, you are like a flint. If we strike against you, this whole place will become ablaze. A feast to our eyes, and I assume not so interesting for you. So what I'm asking of you is, hand back what you've stolen. You can keep the gold. The mask and the cloak is all I want. All we want. And I'll walk away. You won't see me, perhaps ever again.
But what if someone else sticks their nose in too deep? What would you do to them?
What would you
I hold
usually-
up a hand, and a mage hand appears just over Strife's mouth. Return it.
Strife will pull the mask out of his bag.
Exactly what I was talking about. See, my dear? And he turns to you, Eve. And then he looks back at you, Dernst. That's what I came here for. And once I get it, I'll be gone. You won't have to hear of me again.
I want to try something. I don't know if this would even do anything, but I want to drip a little bit of my blood onto it if I can, discreetly.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another sleight of hand.
Can I, during that time,
Yes.
just like approach him, but like go like off to the side so he kind of has to look at me slightly?
Distract him is what you mean. Very well. How would you distract him before he rolls?
I simply just want to engage him in a conversation, like not ask him questions, but just theoretically speak. Like, should anyone else interfere, I imagine you'll give him a similar proposition, correct? And I'll just move my hand in a way to like make it so like he doesn't know what I'm doing with it. Like it's getting close to him, but slightly to his side, so he kind of wants to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
Like I'm just doing like a presence thing where I'm like,
okay, with that,
if he looks away, I could just end up killing him straight away.
Okay, yeah. So like
this guy's already on edge, so he's just adding some more edge and distracting.
Okay, so he follows you with his gaze. That is. Go ahead and roll sleight of hand with advantage, Strife.
Huh.
He looks at you, Thaddeus, straight ahead.
And I put like my hand on the bed next to him and just sort of lean in towards him.
Okay. I like my personal space. Hope you don't mind. Anyways, and he turns back to you, Strife. Seems like he has been paying attention to Thaddeus.
Seems that way.
So you go ahead and you cut yourself with one of your claws, and then you squeeze a fist, and your blood drips on the inside of the mask. And then you put your cloak on top of it to cover it, and you turn it around.
I smell his breath when he says that to me, and I just
You
put
definitely
a handkerchief
do.
over my mouth and nose, and I just use prestidigitation and make it smell like his breath is minty for the moment.
That's a nifty trick.
You bathe.
Well, it's been a couple days. You must pardon my
a couple
hygiene.
weeks.
Well, we don't all have access to clean and running water, especially when we keep busy, right? And he turns around and looks at everyone like he's expecting you all to get what he's trying to say by saying we're all being busy. And then he realizes he's not in his usual company. Anyway, may I? And he hands his hands towards you in like a gathering motion.
I want to give this blood a couple more seconds to like stick to it, so I'm gonna be like, one more question.
Yes.
Where are... If you were to refer to a hill with a roaring of wings, where would that be?
Go ahead and... What is your goal here? Are you trying to persuade or deceive?
I'm trying to see if he's dumb enough to just answer me.
Okay, so go ahead and roll persuasion.
Oof.
He cocks his head. There are plenty of hills around here. One's more beautiful than the others. But I can't answer your question. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. And he'll give him the mask.
And he grabs it.
Cloak.
This has been the most kind interaction I have had in a very long time. I must say, from what I've heard of your group, you seem like much nicer bunch. I will pass on the word. I can guarantee you that.
Do us a favor.
Yes,
Shut up and go.
I shall then.
I hope you don't mind if I hope you understand that I would like to escort you out.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
And as soon as we're out of earshot of the rest of the group,
Okay.
I will turn to him and say, I actually am impressed.
Now, why would that be? As you're walking down the stairs and he turns around to ask that.
It may sound like a silly thing to you, but you came here and you were honest. You came here and you were cordial.
Why
I
shouldn't
appreciate
I be?
that.
Honesty is a virtue.
I couldn't agree more. And I extend my hand to shake it.
And he shakes it back.
I hope we either do meet under better circumstances, or we don't meet ever again.
I have similar wishes towards your group. With that said, end to come, thy idol. And he lets go of your hand and walks out.
When they walk out of the room, I open the window and let Oswald out.
Okay. Oswald immediately gathers, being connected in mind with you, and flies out. Goes onto the rooftop.
He will be flying overhead on what I assume is a somewhat bright day. As a white owl.
Very bright day. It's actually, the sky is crystal blue with only a couple of large clouds hanging in the sky.
I need like 30 seconds.
And of course, a dark shapes that float in a ring across the sky, which is the Neuron Belt. Or also known as the Belt of Lorus.
It'd be kind of awkward to look up and see a white owl on, say, like a cloud backdrop.
That's true.
For the purposes of that, he's just going to tail this individual from the sky.
Go ahead and roll perception check for Oswald.
Oh, 2 19s.
Oswald follows him, and he goes from alleyway to alleyway. And then back on the main street, which leads to it heads towards the horse train, as well as leading towards the upper rain. And then he goes into the alleyway, and then Oswald flies the same direction where he should have come out, but he's nowhere to be seen.
You mark on the map when we go back where he lost them.
So, is this a bad time to say I can just locate object on his mask? Then I just know where he is, if he's still within, like, quite a distance.
Oh, well, we can use that.
Yes.
But this is a good point of, like, where to start.
Yeah.
I feel like looking into those hills will be easier now with that little trick, Corey. If we so choose to follow that lead.
Yeah.
But as long as you all don't, unless you all have an issue with it, I would like to get in contact with some of my underground friends and see if I can get any of them on the trail and gather any more information.
I owe an apology for hastening that interaction.
I'm back.
Children won't be targeted, but their parents might be.
Which directly affects those children.
That's the last thing I want.
I think what he was saying is he won't target the children, they will just be an unfortunate casualty.
The whole city will be the target.
Children will likely survive such a thing, and in the case of an attack, just unfortunately will have to live in a less than savory position, is what I was
So,
saying.
I'd like to
Something-
let my friends underground know about all this, because
They
they would
seem-
not be pleased about this.
They seem fairly aware of who we are, so if you ever redisguise yourself and you run into them, try saying praise to children of our Dorvale. Might fool them.
Mayhaps. But yes,
So much
the
mixed
views of a
feelings about
city
this
rely
encounter.
on it being in its natural order.
I look to
I'm-
Ash. I think we have a few trophies to collect.
I agree. As long as the
Corey gives a forced chuckle.
I wonder if anyone else would be interested in a few trophies from myself.
Is this the conversation that I should be here for?
There's no insight required. Thaddeus is mad.
I would say you made it back up the stairs after you parted ways with the cultist.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah, I was
Colin
just
didn't-
leading him to the door to make sure he does leave. A very more of a treating him more formally.
Naturally.
Uh,
Well, that was an interesting way to start my day.
what an interesting way to start a day after the way you ended your night.
How did I end my night?
Not you.
How
Just-
did you end your night?
Wink, wink.
it's been a long night.
Some pinning,
I'm gonna look-
some
I'm gonna look
forceful
between Thaddeus
interactions.
and Ash and like wink at them and kind of like a little smile
Yeah,
on my
I am
face.
purposely fueling your imagination by saying some
And
pinning,
this is-
some forceful interaction,
A
some
long night that was
As
stressful.
long as
heart-to-heart
it's
conversation.
consensual.
So much energy used.
A bed
I
was
just-
damaged.
I just giggle and as long as it's consensual.
A bed was destroyed.
I'm coming up to see this, aren't I?
Yeah, you probably catch the tail end, right? That's
I mean, we've been traveling together for a while. We trust each other enough.
That we do.
Used to sleep.
Oh, I didn't get him.
Used to sleeping together.
We
We're in
did
a
spend a
giant
long
cave.
time in the Underdark.
You all are making
That's
it
very
sound
true.
so horrible, and I am finding it so funny.
What are you talking about?
Well, that's wrong.
I'm gonna get Dunkel because this is exhausting already, and we have an appointment.
There-
Yeah,
Um,
just for
Thaddeus?
everyone's like information, Thaddeus is asexual.
Thaddeus,
Yeah, I got that vibe.
if there's anything you guys wish to share with the rest of the group, I'd recommend doing it while I'm getting Dunkel. And I'll take my leave.
What else? What is there to share? What the
Dunkel-
fuck do you mean you lost him? Just yelling out into the void.
My most sincere apologies, Thaddeus. He went into the alleyway and never appeared again.
Did you
Then
check
he's
for a
probably in the
manhole?
alleyway.
I did. You certainly know that he has not, and right now he's about to go and do it.
Check for doors and windows and a manhole.
Ashen.
Yes.
During the morning, Dunkel would have been messing with the hammer.
This is a fucking monkey paw situation.
Okay. So, where are you, Dunkel? In the stable or in the cart?
Yeah, at the stables with
The
the cart.
Okay. What was that?
No, we lost Ash.
No.
Damn.
I love when music just doesn't play. Love when music play.
That's what I'm saying. Last week was a nightmare.
Oh god.
Okay, Danko. So as you get ahead, so I'm assuming you've put an infusion on the sword,
Mm-hmm.
and then
So that only took just the
okay.
long rest.
And then in the morning you're tinkering with the hammer.
Yes.
What is it you're trying to do?
I'm breaking pieces off of the head of the hammer.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your smith's tools. I believe you have
Mhm.
those. Using your strength for that.
Okay,
Doesn't he have expertise with it as well?
I do.
Damn.
It's on quarry, so
What?
it's not gonna roll it.
What's the lowest that you can get with the expertise right now?
10.
Okay.
The impossible check?
Nah, it's not that high.
No.
Oof.
Oh no, never mind. 7.
You start hammering, and you start like trying to piece by piece remove the head of the hammer and get to the core of it. The core that supposedly gives its magic. Its magic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that roll added your strength. I think it just added your expertise.
Both of you two assume he has strength.
It didn't add my strength,
Oh, yeah.
but it's 0. It's 0
Oh,
on strength.
yeah, so that's why I didn't.
Yeah.
So
Hey, and
what's
so
your modifier? My bad. Sorry.
you chisel it, and then you've broken down a large piece of the hammer's head, and you hit it one more time, and a piece goes flying and hits the hay laying next to you, and you see a familiar copperish and green glow inside the metal, encased in it still. And that's when Blix comes around the corner and comes to get you.
We'll
Dunkel.
quickly hide the piece.
It's not out. It's still in the hammer. You haven't finished
Oh,
it.
okay.
But you have eyes on it.
Is he acting shady already?
Yes.
He doesn't have to do anything to look like he's acting shady.
Dunkel, what are you doing?
Go ahead and roll perception.
I'm not gonna beat that.
Nothing at all.
Okay. I'm gonna humor you on this one and just assume you're behaving.
Mm-hmm.
We have an appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Get dressed. Look
Get
nice.
dressed. I don't even have clothes.
Dunkel, do me a favor, remind me to give you a bath before we actually have to do anything important.
Ugh, baths.
Yes, you're gonna get a bath. And you can either take one willingly on your own time, or the day before, if you are not clean, I will be giving you a bath.
No.
Dunkel, you're gonna take a bath, whether you like it or not. I'm gonna give you the suggestion to do it of your own free will, or I'm gonna waterboard you.
What? kind of baloney is this?
I'm pretty sure that's against several laws.
Oh please, he believes the Geneva Convention is the Geneva Suggestions.
Fair.
Nothing wrong with a little waterboarding every once in a while, said the CIA.
Fine. I'll try to do it.
Okay. Come on.
Are we taking the cart?
No, we're walking.
I am going to ask if we could visit like a shop before we go to what's his face's house, because I should probably wear something other than black.
Well, it's not like we have a
Yeah, depending on the position they make me play, and I'm gonna have to find like a fucking XL sized like nice attire.
So,
Tuxedo.
so as we're walking away, Dunkel would have put the warhammer or the big warhammer into his bag of holding, and will now holster the longsword on his back.
Well, holster. You see, Danko pulls out a sack that normally would hold potatoes or something, that just has a rope like woven through the neck of it, and then suddenly he puts a whole hammer in there, and he pulls out a large, well, it's a long sword, but compared to his body, it's like a great sword or even bigger, and he holsters it, and you just see this massive sword hanging from both sides of Danko as he's walking.
we don't have a dress code, is what I was saying, but I forgot the term for this meeting.
Okay.
So
I
it
just
could wait
thought
until
we would
after.
want to look nice for the meeting at least.
We're traveling
that-
with a Leonin and a kobold who refuses to bathe.
I suppose.
He's already seen us in our normal attire, so
I don't believe dressing up will be required for this part of it, but for the actual party, we should all go visit a tailor.
dress functionally. That way you show your capabilities. You know.
Depending on the position, some of us may need to.
Well, yeah, but I mean for now, like PCs, I saw like.
Oh, of course. For this,
strap
we
it
must.
on.
We want to show strength and not propriety as much.
I look and dress in the most effective and nice-looking manner every day.
Raise an eyebrow.
I'm wearing Noble's
usually wear all
clothing and a overcoat that Dunkel has modified, but sometimes he takes it off just to not show the patches that are on it.
It's inside his patches.
I don't believe that for a second.
No, Dunkel knew.
Too late. I've commissioned art with the patches on the outside.
Oh. Okay.
Were you commissioned it?
Yeah.
Oh.
A friend of mine has been looking for more commission work, so I was like, hey, I have money and I need art of Thaddeus. Here's some money, and I will wait however long it takes.
That's nice. That's
That's
awesome.
Yeah.
Pat yourself on the back.
I got a sketch of some poses for the face.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Keep that for after. I would just quickly ask, how much time has everyone got?
All
I still
day.
got 2 more hours.
I've got however long.
Yeah, okay. Because I want to get at least to the forest and let you do some stuff. So let's fast forward. So I am assuming you're walking and talking. So
Walk and talk.
Yes.
you get
Actually, yeah, go ahead.
You get to the Lumifras's estate, and same scene greets you. There's people walking in and out, carrying bottles, decoration, flower pots, and just all manner of decorative equipment. And then you come in. I'm not going to roleplay it, because there's no point, so I will just walk you through it. Lumifras is looking for a number of things. So first of all, he will need 2 people outside on the at the entrance that are first gathering the clothes of the party attendees and putting them on hangers and that. And then second role is to maintain the order, so play a role of security as well. So he will need 2 people for that. Then I will try and, because I literally, as you were saying that you were gonna go to the estate earlier today, I was preparing the map, lighting it and creating borders. So let me just quickly create a token that you all can access vision from. I'm gonna use this one. Give it vision. Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, let's give you night vision 60 feet.
Okay, Thaddeus, why did she make? Why does it look like a fuckboy?
These are just references for the expression. Actually, I looked back at the conversation we were having.
Okay.
People at the front of a club are called bouncers, right?
That bottom one is always how I've imagined him.
I actually think the one on the right is closer.
That's fair.
It's like I'm better than you. And it's funny that you're trying to be better than me.
It's just the bottom one matches the art I've been looking at for a year.
Fair enough.
That's the only reason. Why.
Yeah, the front seemed like the both wardrobe and bouncers, that kind of stuff.
Yes, like a bouncer for the, official event. Okay, let's not drop you on the wrong map, first of all.
Did he only request?
Tell me if you can see the inside.
Yes. Ooh, fancy, fancy.
Very
I can
cool.
see, and it looks real nice.
So,
Is that a statue with the chandelier on it?
yes, that's the chandelier hanging above the statue.
Okay.
I just wanted to give like a general.
There's
So
an armored horse?
yeah, with a knight on top of it. You can imagine the knight is in a form of a dragonborn. So what happens is he walks you in and he says that he will need at least 2 people to be standing guard here, as this is a off-limit area. So to get there, you had to walk through 2 sets of doors. So you have this massive banquet hall, which will hold the main party. And then you have a double door that's about like 15 feet tall. And when you go through that door, there's a hallway that opens to the left and to the right. And then another set of the same door on the opposite side, dividing the hallway. And then when you walk through that door, that's where you find yourselves in this large open space with like the horse and the staircases leading upstairs. So he will need 2 people inside here. And to your earlier point, where you said that you need someone to be in the artifact room, or whatever you want to call it, the
reliquary.
The reliquary. Thank you. He tells you that there's no need for that. There are measures in place to prevent any access to that place. So he just needs 2 people to maintain guard in this spot so that nobody goes here or goes up the stairs and all that.
Point of question then.
Yes.
Do you value your valuables more than you value the parties being guarded? Because if we are not directly able to oversee it, I cannot guarantee the safety of the artifacts.
And like he said, he's not worried about them, as there are protective measures, and he's not specifically stating what they are. He's just saying that there's ways that he's prevented access to the place that needs guarding. So there's that.
It has come to our attention that there may be somebody coming to steal something from there.
Now with that, he would question you, how would you know that?
I apologize, but we are not able to share our sources, as they wish to remain anonymous.
I have many friends.
He squints his eyes.
Sometimes less is more, Ernst.
He will say this. He's happy to have 2 people, or at least 1 person, standing guard somewhere around the stairs. And then 1 person stood guard outside the door to the reliquary.
And out of curiosity, where would the door to the reliquary be?
I will show you right now, as I walk you up the stairs, and Following
them.
the stairs, you find yourselves in a hallway with 3 doors. And he points you to the place here, the door right in front of you.
Okay.
I have a question.
What is it?
In the event that something goes... the possibility of an event going wrong, is magic allowed so long as it's not
Yes.
witnessed by...
We already
I
went
just
over
didn't-
this, yes.
I wasn't paying attention, I'll be entirely honest.
So, there are elements which allow you to use such means of defense. He will tell you that only in the most necessary cases and away from the guests to prevent any harm being done to them, to prevent his reputation diminution.
So I will be outside.
Yeah, so he wants 2 people on the entrance, close to the outside, 2 people here, and then he wants 2 people on the main shop floor, not shop floor, what am I saying? On the main banquet hall. Yeah, just watching over 2 or 3. And then he wants 1 person to be standing guard specifically on 1 spot in this place. That hallway that you go through to get to this grand hall. If you go to the left, he shows you there's a path that extends and then it connects to like a kitchen area and then further leads to like other rooms. But one of the archways, there's no door there, there's just an archway. It's open and to the right. And then there's like a short hallway, and to the left of the hallway, there's a spiraling staircase. He wants 1 person to be standing guard outside of that archway. So that's what he requires of you. However else you position yourselves and whoever is where, he doesn't really mind. Although
if no one else wants to, I can do it.
He lays his eyes on Danko and says, preferably that one outside. Sorry, not
That
sorry.
can be well arranged.
Alright, well...
He will be bathed as well before we come.
Yes.
So.
I've already made a very big point to him that he will be well groomed before the party.
Splendid.
Whether it is by choice or by force.
Okay.
Yeah, if worst comes to worst, I can just sift that away with a wave of my hands. Would you
Thaddeus.
prefer myself near this room or in the main area?
Also, so he says he requires those people, the 2 or 3 people on the main banquet hall. But that's not including Cory, and he gives you a glance, Thaddeus, if the 2 of you choose to partake in the party as guests undercover, then you can do so.
I think that would be best. And I put my arms around Cory and Thaddeus. These 2 gentlemen are by far the best at making sure no one gets harmed.
Don't scare anybody.
They definitely look the part. With that said, that's his requirement. But then also, on top of that, he adds that he needs you, the 2 of you that will be partaking in the banquet, to get proper outfit, like a celebratory outfit. Something more of, not official, but more, what's the word I'm looking for?
Fancy.
Formal.
Yeah, fancy. Fancy and showy to blend into the crowd.
Extravagant.
And then
We will make sure the day before to present you with what they will be wearing, if that is possible.
Splendid.
I'll ask him if there's some sort of dress code for the event.
There is no particular dress code. It just has to be fancy, and as long the more eye-catching outfit you wear, the better, is what he says.
Is my dog too eye-catching?
Is that included for the rest of the guards or just the two attending the party?
So he continues. As he walks you back to the banquet hall, from this spot, there's a child, a Dragonborn child, runs into the space and just shouts like, "Daddy, Daddy!" And just goes towards him. He crouches down, he like talks to him, and then his wife comes through and he speaks to them, saying that the carriage is ready and you can depart to our secondary home whenever you are ready, and that he will take care of himself and the house during their absence during the banquet. So basically his family's going away while he's having the banquet. They leave, and as he's about to leave with them just to say goodbyes, he says, he whistles, and then there's a 3-man team walks in, and you see these, like, imagine Frenchmen, but one of them is orc, one of them is like hobgoblin, and one of them is like half elf. And they walk in all bougie like, like, oh, we'll take care of them, sir.
As a point of reference, the second he whistles, I stand at attention.
Okay. Let's see if he knows that. He does. He glances at you, surprised, but then laughs it off, and then like pats you on the shoulder. You feel your feet moving forward as you lose your footing, because you didn't expect that much force coming from him. And then he says that these 3 men will take care of you that are taking the guarding role, that are not partaking in the banquet, and they will measure you, and the guard outfits will be ready for you the next time you come around.
Oh, so we're gonna have uniforms. Dang it.
To wear an outfit?
Passion.
Yes.
Oswald is outside. How big is this?
This
building?
Mansion, it's massive. So from the outside, you have this main entrance that is holding up with the like 4 large pillars, and then there's the entrance, there's the greeting hall, and then it opens up into the main hall where the banquet is going to be taking place, where you see all the decorations, the flowers of blue and orange, all the tables being set up with like drinks that are going to be on them, and then you have a door that now is open that wasn't before, to the right of this place, and inside you see there's a large fireplace on the other side. There is like couches and cushions, and it's more of like a business area where he's gonna speak with his guarantors and like investors and whoever else. And then to the other side there's this massive table that he greeted you the first time, and the seats are currently very nicely all perfectly placed in front of the table. The tables are being laid down with the cutlery and everything else, and it's going to be where majority of the feast and all the like foods is going to be placed.
Now the reason why I asked that is while they're like at some point I would like to order Oswald to follow the carriage that those two get on for like a bit of time, just in case something goes wrong on the road.
Okay, that's fine. So to answer your question, as I went on a tangent describing the place, the place is massive. So you have this main hall which has like a cylinder on top of it that's made of glass, so that you can see the sun or the sky through it. Then this second part, which you'll be guarding, that you're on the map of, this place is even larger because you can't see the whole scope of it, but from the outside there is a massive extension to the right of it and a large extension to the left of it, and left side holds a tower.
A bit of an issue with our communication. I can only reach out to Oswald within about 100 feet. I have a feeling that this building is much more than that.
How?
Yeah.
You can telepathically communicate with a familiar 100 feet away,
I know,
or
I'm
up
trying-
to 100 feet.
So that's
Yeah,
20 tiles,
this
Yeah.
room is longer than the second floor
So-
of this space is larger than 100 feet.
Yeah, this is
Unless
already-
he stays like above me 100 feet at at most, if something goes wrong, it'll be like a very like one window moment where like he circles and then he comes back within that moment, and then I can tell
Lets
him.
you
I mean,
know.
you could always ask the guy if he can leave like one of the windows open on one of the other floors, since you're gonna have your owl watching from above. That way, your owl could fly into the window and get within 100 feet of you.
I think leaving a window open is just going to
That's not
ask
gonna
for.
someone to enter
But
through
it
there.
could be on one of the upper floors. I don't know.
Well, he just needs to
That would
get
not
close
stop.
enough.
Something of note, Find Steed has a longer range. It has 1 mile, so communication with my animal is at least longer, but of course isn't able to fly. But
Just gonna put a horse in the tower.
the lookout horse.
Exactly.
And I also don't know what the stats for your horse is, but I don't think perception is its strong suit.
I mean, it can also be a dog, in which case smelling and hearing is like pretty good. But it was more as a way to communicate, and less like in case, I don't know, we can have my dog outside and it can act as like a relay, so to say.
Well, they don't want me to be inside, so me and my dog will be out here.
Your dog can just be like a grounds dog.
Let's hope it's
Otherwise, it
intimidating
can carry
enough.
messages or whatever. It's,
Well,
but that wasn't notes.
It'll make them even
the
look
message
more
could be
fancy
bark, bark,
because they have
something's
a.
wrong.
It'll make them even look more fancy because they have a mechanical dog guarding.
I think any fancy points they get from mechanical dog guarding is deducted by smelly kobold.
Yeah.
Well, what if I'm invisible? They didn't account the
You-
They can
cloak.
still smell you.
You kind of need to be like
He's
present.
gonna
I can
smell really
smell
nice
you.
by the time I'm done with him. Trust me.
But
Do you
don't
think you won't
worry,
be running?
I have a way of masking that smell.
Anyway,
Don't worry.
it was just a mechanical question.
Passion, would you be willing to, at some point during the week, send me a picture of at least the area we have seen with a relay of what all positions need to be covered?
I should be able to do that.
Okay.
Even if it's just a simple map, because I don't think
Yeah,
I will have
I've-
time to
I've-
make a big
I've
one.
got, yeah, and even if it's just a general map,
Just
that's
the
drawn
map
in
with
paint.
blacked out what we aren't seeing now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gotcha.
And
which is
I've got
circle
some more.
variances.
I've got some more questions about more of the technical aspects that we can sort out outside of the game,
Sure.
just for the sake of brevity.
Okay. So with that said, you've been measured. The whole tour took maybe 2.5 hours. So
Okay.
you're barely just in the noon. Into the noon.
We could
Is
get
that even
to
how you
forest
say it?
at night. Yes,
Noon? Yeah.
Into
Early
the
afternoon.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Thank you, everyone.
English is
No
hard.
problem.
Yeah, tell me about it.
English is hard and it's my primary language, so.
It's everyone's here but mine.
No, it's not my first language.
Oh yeah, wait, no, you're us. You just live in England.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, I just assume people come from where they live, but that's not how things work.
I would be the most bullied Brit with that accent of mine.
I mean,
Oh.
at the same time, I'm pretty sure the British Empire believes that it owns the entire world to start with.
That's true. And now they
Yeah.
are supposedly the kindest people on Earth. Or so they appear on the first glance. Anyway, let's not get into politics, eh?
Anyway, if we, I, for the sake of brevity, yeah.
Okay, so for the outfits, for those who are guarding, you can go ahead and send me your requests if there are any specifications that you would like your garments to have, like big shoulder pads or whatever else it may be, long sleeves, short sleeves. So go ahead and after the session
Can I
during the
send
week,
you like a picture
you
of what
certainly
I was planning on getting?
can.
Ooh.
Blix
And
looks
I'll
like a
tell
World of
you-
Warcraft paladin.
I zoned out a bit.
So-
Have positions been decided and such?
So you can decide
Um,
that and then tell me, and then send me your, ideas
Okay.
of the
Yeah,
outfit.
I'll be contact because it would take us a long time to figure this out, and it's easier to just do this during the week. I'll message you guys and figure out where everyone's gonna be and set it up.
All right.
Awesome. So with that
That
said,
looks guard-like, doesn't it?
Uh,
Kind of.
the only specification I'm just gonna ask is for heavy armor.
so it's only
Just
fabric
clothing
based.
over.
it's clothes. You can
It-
either have
would it
something
be-
on top or underneath the armor. So you can have your
I
armor with
will. I'll request just make sure it fits over the armor that I already have.
you. Okay.
Same here.
Yeah.
I would
But-
say it would probably look better under
But
the armor.
I'll
It would
add
look a
something
little
else
weird.
to that.
Just like
Dunkel wants a belt,
what I
so he can
imagine.
put his
Eve?
tools on.
You know
Yes.
those like fake muscle suits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
No, I feel like it would look almost like those sumo wrestling suits.
Oh,
In all
yes.
honesty.
Yeah. So I'll have my black plate
It
over.
looks the dress I sent you. It looks kind of military-esque, guard-esque.
Okay, but like
Dunkel
I
needs a
said,
belt to put his tools on.
send me the thingy. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get to the good stuff for today before we finish this session. So after everything being done and established within Lumifrost's estate, you leave, and then to Thaddeus's point, as Oswald's tracking them, they are going in the direction, in the south direction. They are going south direction, and then the rest of the day is up for you to grab. What is it you're doing?
Are they going towards Belleville?
It would seem that
Or-
way.
Okay. Because I have to give him like a specification, or else he's free to do whatever he wants. Either they arrive, or 24 hours from now, come back.
Okay, so he's gonna
Or
watch
if
over
something
them.
goes wrong.
Okay. So there's 3 triggers. Gotcha.
I have a long list of things that I'd like to do on the first day, so I'll let other people go first.
Yeah, so are you guys heading towards the quest area?
I
The
mean,
beast
yeah, I was gonna say
problem.
we should probably go to the guild hall and say that we're gonna take the quest real quick and then head towards the beast area.
Corey and I should go to a tailor first.
Y'all have fun
And
doing the
put in
beast
that
thing.
order.
I'm gonna stay in town.
We can go to the tailor when we get back from the beast thingy.
Well, we
right?
want to put in the order
Yeah,
now
so it's-
because it's going to be
Yeah,
several
you want
days.
the
Okay,
Yeah.
it's gonna be custom made,
so for
and
the
I will be paying.
sake of
No.
it, you can go to the tailor while Eve goes to the guild hall, and then the rest of you go to grab the cart if you're gonna be taking cart with you.
I'll accompany
Okay.
Eve.
I
I'll
am
definitely go
I
reach for
thought
the
you were
cart.
paying for the
Oh,
clothing.
that's
so
true.
you'd rather
Yep,
go with
I'll
them.
go with them to the clothing store and pay for the garments.
I'm going
Does
to the
anybody want
cart.
to come with me to the guild hall?
I'll go with you to the guild hall to get the quest.
I am heading off on my own to do my shenanigans,
Yep.
which I will send to you, Passion.
Yeah, I will.
the
I will
first day
do
is-
it.
guess.
I'll do it with you outside of the session, most likely.
We
Yeah.
should all just meet up at the like southern entrance-ish.
Yeah.
Do you want
South
the map of the
West?
Rain City?
Yeah.
So
with the
Strife,
cards.
Dunkel, Ash, Eve, and then me, Corey, and Blix.
Yeah, and I'm guessing our clothing we also just sent you after the session.
Yeah,
what
but
me and-
whenever you
yeah.
establish who's where, and then you figure out your garment, just send me the quote, and I will, prepare all of your outfits for the
Okay.
banquet.
I feel
Banquet? How do you say it? Am I saying it correctly?
Banquet.
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 Because I know
Banquet.
there's two ways of saying it. There's the French version and the American, or like the English.
Yeah, every time you said it, I was like, I don't know if that's right, but I'm just gonna let it go.
Banquet. Banquet.
Passion. So the first day I'm gonna send you because it literally just requires the thumbs up or thumbs down. It's not a lot of interaction required.
Just crafting shit.
Partially, yeah.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Why do you want to pay for our shit, Dix?
So
Why
I
are
would
me
say
and Seth-
if you want to do all of this in one day, you would have to postpone your sleep because
Well, so the acid vial is a long rest, and 8 hours on the healing potion, and then just some shopping.
Yeah, I would say this. You can do all of that in one day, but I will have you roll Constitution saving throw to see if you slept well that day. Just because I want to be mean.
you
Okay,
had
fair
to
enough.
work a bit into your evening's rest.
You will feel tired the next day.
Exhaustion or just tired?
Yeah, 1 point of exhaustion.
Okay. That's annoying. I mean, okay.
Sorry.
You probably have a night to sleep it off again, though. Like,
Oh no, that's the thing. Is actually a level of exhaustion will screw with what I plan to do tomorrow. In that
oh,
case, if I didn't do the acid vial, would I be fine?
Yes.
well,
Okay. Because a level of exhaustion would actually screw with my plans.
Okay.
so the rest of sorry, go ahead.
So you go to the tailor. You can make the orders for. You can place the order for your garments. Not a problem. How fancy do you want to go?
I kind of have a picture already, so I will send you that. But it's gonna be like the fanciest I can get it.
Ooh, show up, Bloomy Frost.
Mine's going more in the attention-grabbing, almost jester's outfit direction. But I mean, what skills of fanciness are we talking here? Like, 'cause
I will let. Where is the tailor near the upper rain area?
Yes.
I will let them know that these should be outfits that are suitable for the Lumafrost party.
Okay, that would give them a better idea of what to prepare.
Not as deep blue, be more white, and maybe like pale blues.
Do you mind as well sending me those informations after the session?
Yeah.
I just wanna.
Most of my stuff's gonna be done outside the session. I'm gonna head out to go make food.
Alrighty.
See y'all. Had a bunch of fun.
They
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
those coming. Okay, so what kind of materials? Because I just want to ascertain the cost. What kind of materials are you trying to use? Are you trying to go for just like a high range cottons, or are you gonna go into like silks and like the wools of the diamond like sheep?
Let me ask a question for you then.
Hmm.
What is the difference in cost? Because I don't want to make Blix pay for the whole thing if it's like several hundred gold.
So if you're just going for a normal attire, made of the fancy cotton and that, without breaking the bank, that's 20 gold pieces per garment piece. So if you have a tuxedo, then you would have the shirt, the vest, the jacket and then the trousers. So that would be 80 gold pieces. Or if you want to go like up way higher, or if you want to have just one of those pieces made into the fine piece, just to like make it stand out, like let's say jacket, then it's 50 gold pieces per piece.
So it'd be 200 gold opposed to 80.
Yeah.
Okay. How much are you willing to pay, Blix? Because I will cover the rest for the fancy shit.
125 gold.
Okay. So that's for both of us, or just in total?
That's one
for
piece.
both of you.
Oh.
For both of you.
You have that kind of money?
I've got 171 gold pieces.
Okay. Tell you what, you pay for Corey's, and whatever is left over of that, I will put towards the other and pay the rest.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll just go with the decent material with like one piece which is, fancier.
Okay, so like a robe.
Yeah, not necessarily a robe, but like the centerpiece of the outfit. I don't know exactly what it is going to be yet, but
So if you let's do it. So you know the cost. So let's just when you text me the idea of the clothing, just write how many pieces there is and what, if you want a fancy or if you want, the bank breaking one to be made of.
all right.
Into.
Yeah.
Is there one below fancy?
Because
there is,
I'm
but
going with
they said
pants,
they're going to Lumipress it.
Pants, shirt, vest, and an overcoat.
Okay.
Which will cost me 200. I will.
Pants?
Let's see.
Okay, well.
So you said 125. Let's go 75 towards Corey's, 50 towards mine. And I'll spend 150 gold right now.
Okay. Very well.
I will put the 125 gold on the table as well as another 25 and say, make them really stand out.
Okay. Let me make a note for that.
One last little piece is, I want a part on the vest to have a spot to put a rose.
Ha ha ha! You cheeky bagger.
Which will be the most expensive part of my outfit for the evening because it is my platinum gilded rose.
How much was it? 500?
Yeah. Actually, it might have been 300.
What do you use that for?
Summon Oswald.
It helps him find really attractive ladies.
Of course.
No,
I mean, I'm sure it
gay
would
for
help
Ash.
me, but it's also not relevant to me.
Oh,
He's very bad at utilizing it, though.
He just doesn't want to utilize it.
Yeah, why would you do that?
It's a
Yeah, he's got
300
Ash.
gold gilded rose. Socketed with gems and covered in platinum.
Very attention seeking centerpiece to the outfit,
Yep.
surely.
Yeah. You're just deflecting, Corey. You were with us for part of the night.
Oh, Corey knows what's up. I will keep feeding whatever fires.
Yeah, Thaddeus has no idea what's up, but he's still feeding the fires because he has no idea that it's feeding fire.
Ash is in a relatively similar boat. this isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
I am so lost.
You just catch Eve kind of glancing at you two and chuckling, and
Whilst we're on the road and you might have exchange a word with a harsh whisper, he's just looking yeah.
Every time
in character,
you know
not
what?
a character.
Every time Eve looks and Thaddeus catches her attention, he sort of has that, I don't know what you're looking at, but hi, kind of smile and cocked head.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Confused
Eve, I love this piece.
Where Ash is more kind and friendly, Thaddeus is like,
What the
hello, can I help you? Kind of.
What's happening right now?
We are talking close.
Out of
shopping.
character, Eve thinks that Ash and Thaddeus had spent the night together doing more than just sleeping.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we're back to this subject.
Yeah.
I was like so confused. I was like, where did we get from clothes to Ash and Daddy?
And
More the lack of it.
Thaddeus and Ash are both playing into it. Although Thaddeus, I don't think he knows what he's playing into, I'm guessing. I don't know.
He doesn't even know that he's playing the game.
Yeah, he doesn't even know that he's playing into it. Ash does, but he's just having fun with it.
Gosh.
Okay. Shopping aside, so Danko, you went to go grab the cart.
Yes.
Strife, you went with him. Even here, he's muted. You're muted.
He said he'd be right back.
Oh, okay.
Uncle will drive the cart.
Okay, very well. And then Eve and Ash went to grab the quest. Easily done. You get the quest. You sign the papers. Which guild are you employing yourselves under? The same as last time? The Chirping Leaves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Simple as that. You get the papers and you are ready to go set on your way.
Heck yeah.
For the sake of it, let's say you meet up in the same place. So where would you like to meet up? Southwestern Gate?
Southern Gate is where we agreed.
Hop on in.
Oh man, I don't have to spend 10 gold a night for a few days.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'll probably return all the keys and just say we'll be back soon.
Hop on in. Let's go.
And she says that she'll get the rooms cleaned up when you do return.
And I will probably collect all their items because I'm sure Corey's is a mess.
Yeah, easily done.
No.
So you find yourselves gathered. It took you a little time to get all affairs in order, but you've come to a southern gate, and as the gate is open before you, set out towards the Bowood Forest. The road takes about half a day. Slightly bumpy, as the road traversed towards Bowood Forest is not the most common path for general folk and merchants.
I know where I'm going.
But nonetheless, led by Danko and his keen eye for the potholes, avoiding them not to get the repaired wheel broken again.
I went down this place before, and especially this specific path.
Can we go to the main map real quick?
Yes, of course.
During the first part of the during the first part of the travel, I'd also like to summon Find Steed again, just so I can ride on my own horse.
Okay. How long is the casting of it?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Your own horse.
So,
Gotta make Ash jealous.
would you like to describe what it looks like?
He will light a few candles, grab a you'd almost could describe it as like a talisman, but it's more like a like something to commemorate like ancestors, and he'll be speaking words in Infernal whilst Uma will be slowly enveloped in like smoke and mist, smelling a bit of sulfur.
Okay.
As shape grows larger, transforms into a big war horse, and I get on.
I'm back again.
Very well. Welcome back. You are on the way to the
My
Bowood
stomach's
Forest.
killing me.
How?
Okay.
Well, are you feeling alright, buddy?
Yeah, I'll be okay. It's just my stomach's killing me.
Yeah, we're almost there. Don't worry. I know this trip could be nauseating.
Strife in Thaddeus fashion. I spent 200 gold on an outfit.
Are you gonna wear it?
Yeah, when did you leave? Because you know you're gonna be getting outfit custom made by Lumifras's what are they called? Tailors?
Mhm.
Yeah.
As a guard during the event. So there's that. Continuing on with Danko at the helm of the cart. You continue, and then finally you begin to see the boat forest growing larger, the trees coming into focus. As the first thing, over at one of the smaller hills, you see there's a faint smoke. And as you pass over it, you see a small wooden hut awaiting you outside, on the edge of the boat forest. A cozy looking place with puffs of smoke spewing from the single chimney at the side of this place. 2 windows flank an entrance to a dimly lit interior.
I guess we're here.
I just realized his name is Lumafrost.
Lumifrost.
Like, I never registered the Frost part.
Fras, not Frost.
Is this the place?
Yeah, it's Frost.
Ash wrote it wrong. I see.
Oops.
Does anybody know if this is the place?
So did Butter.
Likely is. I mean,
I had it spelled differently, and then I changed it over because I saw Butters.
I don't even know how it's spelled. I just guessed.
No, it's canon. It's Lumafrost now.
Lumifrost.
yeah, because he has
Frost.
gold breath or whatever. No, he doesn't, but...
More like that.
Are we here yet?
I think it's Frost.
Yeah.
With an A.
Lansish Kmender Lumifrost.
I feel like I'm being ignored.
Yes, we are here.
You are, Dunko.
Should we investigate who lives here?
Horse stops in front of the hut.
I
Okay.
think the horde thinks we're
I'll
here.
walk up to it and knock on the door.
Oh, we're just jumping right in. Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Follow your lead.
You go ahead
right
and
behind you.
knock,
I'll stay on the cart.
and you hear, "Come in," from inside.
I'm going to step back and cast Mage Hand and have Mage Hand open the door.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. We're not in the city. Let's go.
Go ahead,
Magic.
and you open the door, and it explodes into your face. No, I'm kidding. You open the door and it swings outwards, and as it does, you see there are 3 figures currently near each other by the table, or like the counter, and going about their business there on the opposite side of this place.
Do they have hoods and masks? I'm just kidding.
No, they do not.
They
Although,
have antlers, a green
I'm
cloak.
going to tell them that we took up a quest to help rid the woods of some beasts, if they had any information on it.
well, look at that, Red. You have some company for once. Wouldn't that be nice for you? Yeah, shut it.
The
Welcome.
other 2 named Blue and Yellow.
I would choose to disregard that comment, although funny as it may be. Please come in. These 2
Okay.
kindly looking folk, the big guy, red-skinned, his name is Dovik. And you see now this guy that's currently in the process of like packing traps and like bait into his pouches that are connected to the belt and like the vest he has. You see that the red skin of the hobgoblin. Sorry?
Nice. So I'm gonna grab Blix and like push him in his full armor in front of me, using him as like a human shield as I walk
Okay.
in.
He walks in, and then you see he's got the belt with the bait and traps, and then this hunter outfit, and the short mohawk that garnishes the top of his head. And again, Red, as he was referred to, introduces Dovik. He goes, "Hi, nice to meet you." And the little fella next to him, the scaly one, his name is Ozzy. How y'all doing?
Doing all right.
Good to hear, eh?
Congratulations.
So, do we have any idea of what kind of beasts we're looking for, or?
Oh, I see you're cutting straight to the chase. Can I see the papers, if you don't mind?
I don't know, Ash. Would
I
you
will
have
produce
it, or?
them.
Here you go.
Oh wait, Ash would have them. This is the wrong papers.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Yeah.
Ash came with me.
Give him the papers for the mission.
As you approach and you place the paper in front of him, and then he grabs it, and you see now a red and rugged medium-length hair on this man, with a beard that goes along with it. Slightly soiled clothes with a crimson top covered by sheep wool vest. And that seems to be the owner of this small establishment. And as you look around the place, you see shelves and crates, barrels stocked with bolts, arrows, quivers. There are some hanging bows on and crossbows on the wall. It's a general hunter's store with like traps as well in different places. Okay, that checks out. That's all good. And he rolls it up. I'll keep that for you, and are you sure you're really up for this?
I think we can handle ourselves.
And he puts it into his vest.
We would always appreciate any kind of information as aid.
He scratches his cheek. Honestly, I don't think there's any problem at all. And then, almost interrupted by Dovek. Well, he ain't telling the truth, is he? No, he ain't, Dovek. Chimes in the kobold. Well...
Oh, there's a fellow kobold. Aw, Dunkel, you have a friend.
Yeah, there's the main host human, and then there's the hunter hobgoblin, and then the kobold Ozzy.
Sadly, Dunkel's outside on the cart.
I yell out to Dunkel, Dunkel, you have a friend in here.
And they all look at each other, not knowing what's going on. Anyway, he's not entirely truthful. There is things to worry about, although, personally, I am not afraid of anything. If that beast ever came near me, I'd punch it right in the face. It wouldn't stand a chance against my prowess.
Are you offering to join us, then?
No. I'm going to go on a hunt with this little fella over here. We need to feed our family and all that. You know how it is. But, there has been accident.
Wouldn't the beast we're hunting provide more food?
Well, perhaps, but that is not of interest to me.
Fair
Have you
enough.
ever
The
hunted
main
a giant
point-
wolf?
Oh, no. I don't believe it's a giant wolf. I think it's a pack of wolves or something else, something beastly.
Well, I asked if you hunted one, but
Oh,
You're also outside.
sorry, misheard you, buddy. No, I have not. I have not hunted a giant wolf before. Have you?
yes.
Any tips you could give us?
With
So-
tracking.
Wait. Ash,
What do y'all?
go ahead and roll perception check for me. Or insight actually. Not perception.
What the fuck did I just say that made him roll inside?
Yeah, like Dunkel's still in the car.
Is Ash here?
No, Dunkel walked inside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I called out to him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Ash is here.
Where did he go? Okay,
Did his internet drop?
maybe. But so, Danko, go ahead and
Mhm.
roll insight check.
Yes, sir. Luckily, I'm good in insight.
Are you?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
his
think he
internet's
dropped.
up.
Yeah, he dropped. Fine.
Luckily, I'm good in insight.
You are indeed. As you said about the beast and asked whether or not you have slain one, the man behind the counter, as referred to by the name of Red, he squints at you and like gives you a curious look.
May I help you?
Well, when and where was that?
Years ago.
Oh. Well, good for you. I bet that made you proud, huh?
Stole one of the tooth rings from it.
To your point, knight in shiny armor, there are things I could tell you. We are heading into the forest. We're not that concerned. Well, speak for yourself. I am quite concerned myself, says the kobold to him. Well, he is. I'm not. Like I said, I can beat the shit out of it if I wanted to. There's been happenings. People going missing, hunters not returning, even though they shouldn't take longer than 2 days or so. In any case, apparently a sheep have been stolen from the nearby farm, the diamond sheep farm, whatever they call it. It's getting strange, honestly. I'm not even certain myself whether or not it's actual beast or if it's just humans or people playing pranks on the nearby townsfolk. But whatever it is, I'm not concerning myself with it. And then he continues putting the traps around and then packing them into his backpack, and then he chucks it on. Oh, is he ready? Ready as I'll ever be. Alright, time to go. Now, if you excuse us, we're out. But, getting quite late. If you're gonna stay here, I bet Red is gonna help you out. So yeah, and then they both leave, leaving you alone with Red. And now he looks kinda in thought.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
Much bravado with that one, am I right?
Yeah.
Much bravado for a man who's not willing to go and hunt down this beast himself.
Well, Dovek has his own interests. He just likes to hunt. He's kind of an addict when it comes to the adrenaline rush from shooting a beast with a bow. Or,
So he likes to kill innocent animals, I see.
well, innocent as they may be, they provide food for all that indulge.
I'm just, like, fucking around.
Oh, sorry, I'm not good with the humor stuff. In any case, if you're staying, would you like to stay for a night? I have a single room that is open, although you would have to get cozy and friendly with each other.
Well, I don't know about the rest of them, but I have a room of my own.
You have a
sleep
hut
in the cart.
around here?
Something like that.
I can make a small tent.
Dunkel's probably gonna sleep in the cart, if I know him.
You know
We
what?
would be
You're right.
more than appreciative of having a room for the night, sir.
That's fine. It's just over there, and he points to the right of you, his left. Like I said, a single bed, and the place is small, but if you don't mind getting friendly with each other, then I bet you won't have any problem with that. And I'll ask again, are you sure you're interested in going in the Bowed Forest and hunting whatever it is?
Before
You seem like you're trying to talk us out of it. What's going on?
Well,
The beast isn't you, is it?
Of course not. I don't fully trust it. I don't think there's anything to worry about, but at the same time, I'm quite skeptical about the whole thing. The people did go missing, and I just don't want you folk to get hurt.
That is very kind of you. But
It's
it's
not
On the bright side,
Can I insight check him?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, when you said of course not, I kind of...
Yeah, and very suspicious.
I've got the opposite opinion of what Ash
my
stated.
insight's not great, but we'll do
I'm
it.
not.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
a six.
Wait.
Yeah, it was a good roll, especially with a
So
negative one.
Danko
to
did insight as well.
Yeah.
No, you
Yes.
asked him to make an insight a while ago.
Oh,
That was
that's
a
the
while
old one.
ago.
Okay, so 6 and 16.
Was the insight towards red?
Yes.
Okay.
So Thaddeus, he seems alright, of course. But Eve, you gather that there may or may not be more to him than he lets on to show. But the secret doesn't appear to... it doesn't seem like there's any major secret behind it.
Okay.
He seems genuinely concerned.
Have you ever experienced one of the attacks?
No, I have not experienced the attack myself. I've only heard the passing stories, and of course, Dovek here, as tough as he sounds, he's the one that placed the bounty in the guild hall.
What can you tell us about the beast? Any tracks? Any marks it left behind?
It does leave tracks sometimes. They are paw-like, although they oftentimes head outside of the forest, but rarely return, if that makes sense. I don't know how that works, but that's my observation.
So this beast leaves the forest.
No wings, no scorch marks or frost.
I have not a clue. I'm sorry.
Claw marks?
You said that there was others that have gone missing. Is there
Yes.
ever any signs of a combat or a scuffle?
There has been a number of incidents. A couple of them have been...
Is it?
A couple of them have been reported as a bloody event, as some folk put it.
So, missing is the very
It's a
polite
general term. Let's
for
put it that
yeah.
way.
So they were
Fun.
murdered.
Yeah, it
by
could have
this
been
beast.
anybody's blood that was left at the scene.
How late is it in the day at this point?
It's evening. The sun's almost fully set. There's just the faintest of orange auras on the sky stretching across it as the night is nearing.
Well,
How
yeah,
close
with that,
is that farm, the diamond sheep farm, whatever?
A couple hour walk.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
So
with that, Thaddeus will like get off of his like leaning position against the wall, just go outside, and start doing something just a little bit away from the hut.
In an open
Out of
space.
curiosity, real quick,
Yes.
do these attacks happen during the day or the night?
Well, both. Both.
okay.
Okay.
So you said they look like paw prints. Like how big? Do they look more like a dog or a cat or?
Well, definitely bigger than a cat. Yeah, maybe a dog, a large dog.
A wolf?
Giant wolf.
or
Heck yeah.
wolf?
Well, this place is known for wolves, although I would
Oh.
try and stay as far away as possible from them. Lots of teeth, sharp talons or claws. Mean. You don't want to get near them.
Alan.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Okay.
General Kenobi.
His resolve is to get a good night's sleep, wake up in the morning, and get to it.
Yeah, that seems to be the plan.
Sounds good.
How would you recommend us find the beast?
Meat.
Has there been like a place that most often get attacked?
We must lure it with meat.
The attacks have been placed in different parts of of the forest, and outside of it, of course. It's hard to pinpoint one area, but generally sticking to the outskirts seems like a good plan. It seems to be encircling the place.
Thank you.
I believe we have to do our own type of tracking.
Ash,
Find any footprints.
Yes,
you're here. Are you able to roll for me?
I am.
Would you like to roll perception for me? You were supposed to roll insight, but now I want you to roll perception.
Okay. I'm sorry that I've been struggling so much to get stuff working today.
Nah, you're good.
Perception.
How dare you have internet that cuts out every once in a while?
How dare you?
have
Let's go.
computer issues?
Can't believe.
Yo.
23. Okay, I don't know if you were here when I was describing it, but there is like bows and crossbows on the wall. There are like crates and barrels of bolts and arrows. There are traps placed in some of those crates. There's bait and all kinds of, just all manner of hunting gear.
I like it here.
There's one thing that you notice. To the left side where the fireplace is, and you can actually hear the as the fire dances within the fireplace. Above it, there's a old-looking bow that's placed above the fireplace, like a nice centerpiece.
Oh. Whose bow is that? I'm going to draw attention to it.
Okay, he turns around. Oh, that's a old piece. It's been given to me by a friend. I thought it looks nice, antique in a way, so I placed it above the fireplace. I think it gives it a nice charm.
Is there any engravings on it?
Magic bow, magic bow, magic bow.
Magic bow.
Go ahead and roll perception, Duncan.
Yes, sir.
Five. Hard to tell. The light isn't too great in this place. It's quite
hard to tell
dim.
from the wagon outside.
He's inside.
Oh, the fireplace is blinding.
Oh, he's
me.
inside. Yeah, hard to tell.
Inside.
Yeah, it's as bright as the sun.
It's as bright as the sun. I can't look at the bow.
Whilst we're here, I'd like to also get some extra arrows.
Oh yeah, certainly. How much would you like, friend?
My quiver's missing 5, so if I could have purchased 5.
Can I also add on to that a couple of bear traps and some bait?
So, a set of 20 arrows is 1 gold piece. I can cut it to 10 arrows and do it for 5 silver pieces.
Alrighty.
I have some spare ones.
Yeah, this might be a little bit. 2 things.
Yes.
To certain members. Okay, out of character to certain members of the party, this might be slightly disturbing. I would also like to buy 3 man traps and a Do you have any caltrops?
Caltrops. Let me go ahead and check. And he goes, and then you can hear just like crates sliding from underneath the thing, and then he's just like, and just like prying them
smart.
open.
We do need a
Not
caltrops.
that one. Puts it back, moves. Not that one. Puts it back, and then he brings one and puts it on the table. And then this one lifts easily. Oh, I have some. And like looks at you.
Good. Thank you. I'll
How much do you need?
a
bag?
We'll say if each pouch is 1 use.
Yeah, there's 20 of them in 1 pouch. And they're 1 gold piece.
Alright. They're 1 for the pouch of 20, it's 1 gold piece.
Yeah, so each pouch contains 20 of them, and they are 1 gold piece.
Alright, I'll buy 100 of them.
So 5 pouches.
5 pouches, you mean?
Yep.
Okay, so 5 gold pieces. I was like 100 cutthroats.
100 pouches. I'm just gonna.
He just runs through the city, just scattering caltrops everywhere.
Just
Like the
it,
first
like
time I had a
like
player's do
like the
that.
children tossing flowers in front of the bride and groom when they walk them down the aisle. There's Ash just tossing caltrops over the fucking rain.
I
didn't
still
even
have
buy 100 bags.
I still have Dunkel's bomb. I just shove the bomb inside of the pouch and then chuck it to make a frag grenade.
Oh
You don't
god.
want to do that.
Okay, that's an interesting use of it.
I love that. I also have a bead still.
Okay,
Also,
so you get
also like
5
something.
bags
Oh, that's
for 5
amazing.
gold pieces.
All right.
That's the best use of a fire bead ever.
I would also like to buy something.
Yeah, what is it?
I'd like to buy 3 bear traps and some bait.
Okay. So he brings the bear traps. What are they called? Hunting traps. So each one is 5 gold pieces. And then bait is what kind of bait were you after? Meat, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's gonna be 5 silver pieces.
No, we're hunting rabbits with these hunting traps.
We are hunting wabbits.
The second he asks for bait, I'm gonna look at Dunkel and quietly, under my breath, say, "Please don't tell me he's gonna eat it."
Yeah, so if you buy 3 traps, then it's 15 gold pieces plus 5 silver pieces for each set of, or each bait.
Each use
Yes.
of bait.
I'd like to buy 4 baits and 3 bear traps.
2 gold pieces and
17.
Yeah. No, 12. Because
Oh,
he
did you
2.
say 3
He
or
said-
5 for a bear trap?
3
said
bear
2.
traps.
Oh, you said 3? I thought you just said 2. Am I deaf?
I said 3.
Oh, okay, so 17.
it's-
You were right.
Yeah,
sorry.
3 and 4, it's 17.
Yeah,
Uncle will pull
thought-
down 17 gold pieces.
Okay, takes it from you. Anything else I can do for you, any of you?
Well, so the bow is a gift from a friend.
Yeah.
And have you ever used it for hunting?
Not really. I don't personally go out hunting myself. I just run this establishment. I got it. I never thought twice about using it. I put it on the wall because it looked nice. That was my thought process.
Okay. I don't know why, but something about that bow makes me think that it might be something that could save our lives while we're out there.
Okay. And he leans on the table. Let me ask you this. How much are you willing to pay for it?
Well, I don't know how much you normally sell a bow for, but at least double. Double what a normal bow of that size costs.
Is it a longbow or a short bow?
It's a long bow. Tell you what. It has a sentimental value to me. I will sell it to you for 150 gold pieces.
A bit steep, but it is a gift from a friend.
Indeed. Do we have an accord? And he hands his hand towards you. And you see a very hairy hand.
How just about. How about this? We add a little wager to it.
Alright.
My hunter's intuition is correct, and I use the bow to take down the beast.
Okay.
As a friendly wager, you give me 15 gold. And if I don't, I give you 15 more.
Are we talking on top of the 150 gold pieces?
Yes. So I'll give you 165 if I don't get the killing shot. But if I do, then you give me.
How about this? I'll give you. If you manage to slay the beast with the bow, I will give you back the half of what you paid me.
Deal.
Shake on it.
Ash brings out his hand and shakes.
Okay. And you feel this heavy hand clasp into yours, and you can actually hear like echoes through the place. And then he lets go, turns around, grabs one of the nicer looking bows from the shelf behind him, and then grabs it, walks up towards the fireplace. Well, it's time to go, old friend. You've served me well. At least served well up to my eyes. There you go. Turns around and gives it to you.
All right.
Okay,
Mystery.
Oh, do you need arrows with it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. He's gonna turn around, walk behind, and he pulls out a quiver and shoves 20 arrows inside the quiver. I think that's how many arrows can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I
Puts it
was
on the
interested.
table. That's on me.
I'm gonna laugh when this guy is just laughing to himself. Works every time as we leave.
Yeah, it's one way to upsell a bow.
150 gold pieces for the mystery bow.
I just want to cast detect magic.
Do you do it right now?
No, okay, I'll do it when we're outside the shop.
Okay.
All right.
So he gives you the quiver with the arrows inside of it, and he gives it to you without taking payment for it. But he takes one of the arrows, and then you see he's got this sheep wool vest on top of him, like white, but it's slightly soiled. And you see him just pull and like rip piece of the wool. And then he like twirls it, and creates like a line of it. And then ties it around the head of the arrow. Makes a little knot and then puts it back in the quiver. That's the arrow. I want to see inside of the beast. If you manage to kill it.
All right. I like this.
I really want to know what this bow does.
It's just fancy.
It's just a fancy bow.
Okay, if that is everything, I really hope you do change your mind about this, even with the bet on the table. I'll get free money. And then he like winks at you. But the room is yours, and yeah, I'll be around. My place is just behind the table. Just shout or knock loudly, and I'll be back.
Are there any windows in that hut?
Yeah, so there are 2 windows that flank the door that you entered through.
Okay.
Last night.
So no one probably sees what is happening outside.
No. And it's a solitary building outside of the forest. It's not like there's a small village. It's just a single hut.
No one's seeing you cast your spell.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Creating your hut or whatever it is.
I cast Fireball at the hut. I am the traitor all along.
Steals all the magic
last
items,
night to
including
sleep.
the bow.
I hope to see y'all next night. Goes to the card.
I just bought this bow. Does anyone want to actually make sure I got a good deal on this one? That was a little bit off the cuff.
Okay, first of all, who's going where? Who's going into the tower? Who's going into the room?
Wait, there's a tower?
I'm going
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, this is why like I made the point of going outside and doing something and then not being a part of that conversation at all.
That's the magic of new party experiencing the old habits.
New party
I
experience.
was like, wow, no one's curious. Interesting.
Yeah, because then I, the player, know exactly what the fuck you're up to.
I figured you were going outside to play with yourself or something.
Twist the nipple also.
Oh my gosh, Thaddeus, what are you doing out here?
But Ash
Oh,
is
why
still
are you
in the
naked?
store. Why would he do that?
Imagination's powerful.
Imagination's dangerous.
Yes, Thaddeus. Not Thaddeus, Ash. I'll help you take a look at that bow.
Thank you.
Yeah. When we're off to the side, I harshly say, do you want to take souls with this one as well? Why would you want this bow? Anyway, detect magic. He's detect magic. Let's see. Is there anything magical about it?
You detect magic and you look at the bow, and in fact, it does glow.
What's the school magic?
That's a good question. You know.
Evocation.
Might be evocation.
Yeah.
Wait.
If it's extra damage, it's evocation.
No, it's not extra damage. I think it
So
might be
abjuration is
illusion
like
or no, illusion is I think the closest.
So it's purple?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Man, if it was like a short bow or something, I'd ask for that shit.
This feels like a Corey weapon.
Yeah, like
It does, in some way.
Yeah, that's why
the DM knew.
That's why I'm pondering. Do I say anything? Do I say if it's actually magic or not? No, I will tell the truth. Yeah, it seems to have some illusion magic to it.
Illusion.
I can't say you much more. I'd hazard to guess maybe you can shoot a fake arrow, or maybe you can some illusions with it, but that's just a guess.
Or it's a bow that doesn't need arrows.
It's a bow that looks like you paid way too much for it.
It could also always be that it has fake value. I believe the stored value is illusion.
There you go. That is a good point.
Man, if only someone could tell you what it does.
Yeah.
If only there was someone that could tell you.
Time to go to bed, but he's probably building his tower by now.
You like peek outside the door, and as I described before, a brick floats up at the end of the 10 minutes, because that was definitely 10 minutes.
Yep.
A brick appears and then doubles, and then those two bricks double, and then it doubles again, and then forms like walls that start to build up and increase in size. The brick itself is like a dark stone, something you'd assume Duragar would use to build stuff.
Like a bit volcanic looking or something, or
undergroundy, mysterious. You know when you said that it multiplies and it like stacks on top of each other to create the tower? You know what sound I hear in my head when you say it?
You know you're getting at.
Lego Star Wars.
Oh, shit.
yeah,
sure.
I knew
You know
you were
what?
getting at once you said that.
Sure, that is the sound it makes.
Out of curiosity, does this make any noise or no?
Yeah, it's making noise, because it's canonically making the Lego sound.
Yes.
Is it loud enough that in the room I would hear it or no?
Probably.
So the room
With
has
my
a
negative
small
one
window.
perception.
Yeah, go ahead, roll perception for me.
It's not subtle.
It's definitely not subtle, but let's see
I'm
if
not
he
gonna
rolls
lie,
above 10.
I'm honestly hoping I don't notice.
And just wake up the next morning. What the fuck? Why is there a tower outside?
Just
Hey, wanna come
about. You just barely hear the noise coming through the door and through the window of this small room.
I'm gonna assume that it's nothing, and I'm gonna go to bed in the really shitty room.
In the really small room.
Yep, I'm going to, out of
It's gonna be
kindness
hilarious.
for the rest of the party, I am sleeping on the floor and leaving the bed empty for somebody else to sleep in.
You know what's funny? 10 minutes later, you hear the same sound again.
Hey, Thaddeus.
what spell is this?
It's Thaddeus' tower.
It's renamed, but
According to him, it's Thaddeus' tower.
I'm curious about like what the spell actually is.
I taught him an ice armor spell, and he straight up changed it to Thaddeus' armor.
No, I mean like the spell it's
someone's
based
got a
on.
big ego.
I don't remember actually what it's called.
Maybe tiny hut.
It's someone's
No.
something tower.
No,
Oh, that's
no.
Dunkel's
it's,
tiny hut.
That's just
all of you are just wrong.
Magnificent Mansion's a real big spell, so I don't think it's that.
Yeah, no.
Galder's tower.
That's actually a spell I don't know about.
Yeah, the alternative would have been Tiny Hut, which is it doesn't require a spell slot. But this fits Thaddeus much more because it's like a house.
Nice. Yeah.
This guy suddenly has a neighbor.
Yep.
Hey Thaddeus, I'm gonna build my small hut right next to you.
Yeah, just go ahead and build it in between.
The classic.
Just a tarp hanging from Poe.
Yeah.
A reverse hammock, yeah.
In between. You building two.
Yeah, absolutely. I have 2 spell slots. I'm doing both.
Oh my gosh.
Suddenly,
Thaddeus never had a 3rd level spell slot for anything else ever again.
Yeah, I always save 1 3rd level, no matter what. Oh, we're all about to die? Nah. We need a place to sleep later.
Yeah, we want 2 towers so we have a castle.
This little hut is looking pretty alright.
Hey.
Carpenter's too.
So after the Lego sounds, you hear the sounds of carpentry through the window.
You hear the freaking Home Depot music in the background.
But anyway, so with Blix taking the broom and then whoever else is going into the tower, let's move on to the identifying if you're gonna do it.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so you cast it ritually or?
Yeah, I have to.
So 11 minutes later?
Yeah, instead of being outside when I do this,
inside the
I open both the doors.
Both are doors. Okay.
One door leads to like a living room that's like kind of sparsely decorated because I assumed people would be staying in it. And then the other door is a bathhouse with a ladder going up that leads to more rooms that are, or to another room that is just like meant for sleeping. In the first tower, and the second floor is off limits. That's where Thaddeus sleeps. It's his room. I go into the first tower with the the living room, set the bow on the table, sit in my recliner chair. It's more like a throne rather than a recliner chair, but you know. I will ritually cast Identify. While in the comfort of a chair.
11 minutes later, because I want to move on. You notice, so I will say this. This popped into my head like yesterday, and I didn't have time to
write it all out.
Yeah, so I will create the magic item by the next session, but what it is, I don't have a name for it yet. Yeah, I don't have a name for it yet.
I'll come up with a name.
Thaddeus'
bow.
Oh my gosh.
As an action, you can use a charge that this bow contains. It regenerates, or you regain the charge at dawn every day. What it does is every creature within a 30 feet cone must make a wisdom or charisma saving throw or be frightened. Because basically what happens is when you use this bow, when you use this feature, you create an image and you roll 1d4 and you create either wolf, bear, eagle, or fox. And an image of that beast appears around the bow like a spirit. And then it sends a howl in that area, and every creature must make a saving throw. Whoever fails gets feared until the beginning of your next turn.
Every creature.
The howler. Hunter's Howl.
Nature's Call or something like that.
Yeah, there we go. So many good names.
Let me get some names.
There you go. That is really cool.
Yeah, so basically you forgo your attack with it to shoot a howl, basically.
Hey, we have another fear.
Important
Hunter's
distinction. Is it just a separate action or forgo an attack? Like, is it
Yeah,
just
so
instead of
it's your
attack?
action. Yeah, it's your action to do
Okay.
it.
Yeah, because instead of an attack, that is.
If it's instead of an attack, somebody with multi-attack could
Yeah.
howl and shoot, but since it's a full action, you cannot.
Yeah.
Cool.
So how good
though.
is that passion?
Sorry. Oh yes. Going about chiseling into this hammer, all of you just hear like tinkering sounds coming from the cart, like a makeshift tent that this cart became, and you, Duncan, was just sitting there, like crouched over it, just chiseling at it, and then finally a piece just like it breaks, and what you're left with is still just gently attached to the very tip of the handle that was embedded inside the hammer's head, a piece of T-Rex metal.
Oh, also as like a little note for the tower.
Wait,
On the
you-
second floor of the first tower is like a little like dog door made for an owl with a little perch outside. Just because
In
Oswald
case.
wants to go outside sometimes.
How big is this ore?
Okay, with that said, is there anything you would like to say or do before bed, or could we move on to the next morning?
I was just gonna ask how big is this ore? That's it.
It's the same as every other piece you found.
Okay, perfect.
I will say real quick,
Yes.
Corey, thank you for listening and hearing me out lately. I'm relatively okay with a bow, but it seems to be at least somewhat your weapon of choice. Thaddeus identified it. It does have a magical ability once per day to frighten your foes.
Ooh, that's an interesting effect.
Yeah. Would you like to use it for every part except for... Do you think you can make that shot? Do you think you can finish the beast with the arrow in this quiver? I say as I kind of look back at quiver slung behind me.
I feel I could definitely try. I don't know, especially if, how do you call it? Blows start flying between all sides. But I think I have a pretty good chance at it. I got some tricks up my sleeve to also make it a bit more deadly.
All right. I'll entrust this bow with you. Then. I got 75 gold on the line.
Yeah, I'll do my best to, make you earn that money back. And thank you so much for, entrusting this bow.
No problem. Feel free to stay at one of the towers. I'm going to get Cinder situated.
Yeah, no, I'll stay out here with Uma.
All right. Then I'll go to bed.
You said the ore was attached to the handle, right?
Just barely. You can easily chisel it away.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a rough piece. It has not been shapen. And with that...
Is this also a good time to mention, Ash, that you may still have a spell scroll for Thaddeus?
No, I already got it.
Yeah, he already got it.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yep.
Ignore me.
You're good.
magic items. Theorix.
I'm so hyped about it because now I can make a little better stuff.
So it's not the final version, but this is what I came up with so far. You can collect these pieces and make something out of them. In game. There you go. There's a list.
You have 3 of them?
No, I have 2.
Yeah, I just heard other pieces. I assumed you had 2 already. Oh, right. One of them's in that shop, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, but it was already molded, so it cannot be remolded. Once done once, that's it. So I gotta make sure
somebody
not to
was
fuck up.
listening.
Yeah, it didn't pertain to me, so I didn't pay much attention. I'll be entirely
Hey,
honest with you.
I have this ore and I'm making so much details into it. Whatever I get, I know.
Collect 10 pieces, you can make some pretty solid plate armor.
Because what kind of effect does this?
So
Collect 10. Go ahead.
So I know I added another thing because it was only saying that weapons made of this metal ignore resistances and immunities. But when you use it for armor, it
Gives you resistance?
Yeah, it gives you resistances basically.
To like the mundane types.
Slashing, piercing, bludgeoning.
Yeah.
That is
And
insanely good.
and it basically gives you +1 to armor class.
A +1 plate mail with resistance. I feel
Dude.
like that's a solid goal to go
Dude,
for.
what the fuck?
That is insanely good.
Like somebody who actually uses heavy armor, they'd be unstoppable with that shit.
Yeah, and then you get heavy armor master as well.
Oh yeah,
Dunkel just needs to collect more of these
heavy
pieces.
armor master is just fun.
Dunkel needs to
3 less damage that you take on top of it being resisted.
Like 2 weeks ago, sent me a thing where they were like it was a bunch of cool custom classes. One of them was like an armor where you have like really fortified armor. It works so well with that.
Yeah, the
Was it,
artificer has the trait of subclass of armor.
No, it was like a fighter one. Someone like it was like in a group.
Ooh,
of other
okay.
ones.
Was it the inventor one I sent you? With the warsmith that had the
It was
mech armor?
The inventor. I
Okay.
think probably Blix.
6 or 10. Those are like the milestones to look forward to.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's something to look forward to, but also you can fuck up big time.
I know. Yeah, it's just that saving up will be forever, and then when I use it, I gotta make sure not to fuck up.
Gotta
I'm
recruit Thaddeus somehow to enhance your ability.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Actually, you can make a simple weapon, right?
Yeah, I can
short sword for Dern's pretty gross.
Yeah.
Just ignoring resistances and invulnerabilities.
Immunities. You basically deal flat damage. Whatever you deal, no matter immunities or resistances.
That would be very nice in case we come at it. Because like if something's like I'm actually not all that helpless. Like in some things that are even if they're immune to the physical types,
poisons and stuff.
I can just throw acid and I can sneak attack with acid, and all the sneak attack damage will be acid.
It's also a magical item, right? So you could hit a ghost with it.
That too.
That is pretty nice.
Okay. As the excited of the evening of arriving into a new place, possible adventure, and a hunt ahead of you, the eyes get heavy, and you all manage to get a good night's sleep as the morning sun greets you. What are you doing?
I'll be honest. This is the most satisfying from a dungeon master in regards to like crafting, because for the most part, like it's all people wing it, right? They're like, oh yeah, no, you can make this check to make something out of this, right? You've gone above and beyond and like sprinkled collectible things to make cool shit out of.
No.
very
Luckily,
very happy with basically. I'm happy for Dunkel because he's got all of this cool shit that he can do because of you.
I'm a fucking master with Smithery, and I just.
Out of curiosity, did anyone else sleep in the room?
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I
No.
like to imagine.
Yeah,
Blix
I'm gonna
left the
wait.
bed.
Can I request to wake up first
Yes, you
and
may.
look and be like, everyone's gone, and I take a step out to see these two towers
Yeah.
and just sit there like, God fucking damn it.
There's also a small hut in between these two towers.
Oh my god.
I'm just sitting there like, really? Really? I slept on the floor for you guys and no one told me? What the hell is... This is Thaddeus. I know it's Thaddeus.
It's all plot. He's
The radius of the tower isn't huge, so some can sleep in the upstairs of the second tower. Some people will have to sleep in the first floor of the first tower. And we all know Dunkel slept in his
Yeah, I have like a designated spot
next to the fire.
Yep. Cinder's got her little nest area, and you see the little potted plant is under it again.
Okay, exiting after Blix from the hut is Red, or as you know him currently. Morning, soldier.
You hear the sound of running water as the pipe that is sort of slightly sticking out of the first tower, water pours out and then vanishes into nothing.
He rubs his eyes.
And Thaddeus opens he opens the window and just leans out.
And the steam just...
Is the bathhouse like... Was that open to all of us, or was that a place that was like blocked off for Thaddeus?
So first tower stairs. Just like
yeah, are you lagging, Thaddeus?
He's like real hard, man.
Yeah, I think he's lagging.
Cutting out a ton.
In and out.
Just quit and come
He's got a
back.
bed. He's got a desk and got a.
Just Thaddeus, just leave and come back.
And
Bruh, man, he's gone. He's gone.
Someone
So let him know.
I don't know if he can hear.
Hello?
Yeah, we can
There
hear
we
you.
go. Now we can understand you.
Kind of. You're
Kind
still
of.
robot-y.
Oh.
You're still robot-y.
I disconnected.
You're okay.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
You're good now.
So I disconnected a full minute ago and tried to
Are you
rejoin it. I was still.
Oh, you were still talking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we could...
You were like cutting in and out. Like we would
Yeah, no,
get
It's happening again.
No, it's not. He's just playing with us.
No, I waited until you guys stopped talking. Yeah, I disconnected and I waited like a minute and troubleshooted my internet, and then I rejoined, and it still kept me in here like I didn't disconnect in the first place. It's like, oh, that's cool. So I'm watching my ping now. Second floor, there's a bed, there's a desk, and a bathtub, and that's Thaddeus' room. In the other tower on the first floor is designated baths with like walls in between and a curtain you can close so nobody can see in. And then above that is where you guys slept.
Imagine sleeping in the tower.
Okay, exiting, yawning and then saying hello to Blix by regarding to him as soldier. He then proceeds to wipe his eyes and then places his hand on your shoulder, Blix. Are you seeing this as well?
Honestly, at this point, even I don't know.
Man, how did they build 2 huts in one night?
How did they not tell me that they built that?
How did they not tell me?
I'm gonna poke my head out and say, Just if you want a bath or anything, there's some baths in here.
I look at the hunter guy. You want a bath?
I sure do.
Let's go.
And just starts running.
Heck yeah, bath time.
Thaddeus just sort of like leans out and it's like, what the fuck?
You
Morning,
just
Thaddeus.
see a soldier and another guy running into the.
I built it. It's not my responsibility to inform everybody else that it's here. Whatever. And then I close the window and I just go down the ladder to where Ash and I think just Ash, right?
Yeah, I'm the only one. Am I the only one in the first tower, or what?
Yeah, I went over to take a bath in the morning.
I didn't sleep in the tower.
Everyone.
No. So I guess it was Strife in the second tower, Ash and Eve, and then Thaddeus upstairs.
And Corey in the second tower.
No. Corey was sleeping with his horse.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Not in that way. Shut up.
Nobody thought anything until you said it.
Yeah.
I believe he
I
was.
But yeah, so what are you doing, guys? So as the showers
If I
are being
knew that
done,
was the-
finished.
If I knew that was the sleeping arrangements, I would have just made a nice room for Strife.
Heck yeah. Alright. Well, I guess I joined the bath army. I don't know. And then
Bath
Set up
Nation.
inside the cart.
Bath Nation.
Are you leaving Cinder in the first tower?
I am for a little bit.
I'll get
Thaddeus has
everything.
sat down in his chair with another children's book that he found in the library while he was in the city.
Yo!
And he's reading it to Cinder.
Hey, yo.
Thank you.
Alrighty, everyone. I'll get everything set up inside the cart. Be waiting.
Responsible kobold.
That's a first.
Responsible
What?
kobold?
He's just
Well, we
avoiding
know-
Bath
we know
Nation.
He's not going to come in for the bath.
Yeah.
How did they know?
Yeah, Corey
you
will
ain't
also
slick.
join in the bath.
I know.
Getting his hooves nice and clean.
Yeah.
Taking a
Alright,
bath, just
so
one
we
thing.
finish up our bath.
Just one thing that you notice, you guys, are showering with Red. He's got some scars across his body. In different places.
Places?
Dang.
He's drying himself with a towel. Oh, that was a good one. I haven't had a bath in a while.
Thaddeus walks past the tower, hears that statement, and goes, "Yeah, I could tell."
He's got a mouthful, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
I
He's
walk
got a
up
mouth
to
and a half.
I walk up to Dunkel and I snap my fingers, and you get cleaned again, Dunkel.
Fuck.
Most honest fuck.
Listen, it's gonna happen no matter what you do.
Good.
That's a
Hey.
small price to pay, because the rest of us do like it.
Walking out of the tower after taking a shower, Red. So, by the way, since we're having this whole ordeal of the guild, pack, the job, and this exchange that's happening here, what's your guys' name? I didn't ask yesterday.
You'll find it humorous, but we are known as the Red Company.
Red Company.
Yep.
Alright, well, I don't get to learn all of your individual names. Nice to meet you. My name is Tristan Netflow. He's lagging again.
And Discovery.
Did you hear what I
Yes,
said?
Tristan.
Uh-oh.
Oh yes, Tristan. Hi, Tristan.
I did.
Nice to meet you.
I'll go over and shake his hand. Eve.
Pleasure.
Did you know that your name is a power word?
What does that mean?
It means nothing important. My name is
power.
Mage Hand appears and grabs Dunkel by the mouth. There is a physical reaction from Thaddeus when he introduces himself.
Well, as you're getting ready, I will go ahead and ask again. Are you sure that you want to do this? I'm happy to give you the money back.
I don't think it would sit well with us to know that there are people in danger.
I see. Okay then.
And as you said, you don't think there's anything in the woods, so worst case scenario, you're right, and we don't have to worry about anything.
And I hope that's the case. But as a good luck charm, let me do one thing. And you see him grab a horn that was hanging next to his side, and then he grabs it and then says, "Let the innocent hunter watch over you on your trip." And then he blows it. There's no sound coming from the horn. And then he puts it aside. Hold on. Should be good to go.
May I ask for your name again? Sorry.
Tristan Nedflow.
Nedflow. Okay.
Tower will last another 12
to introduce
hours.
myself.
Oh, please do.
My name is Dunkel Vista.
Dunkel Vista. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Yes, Dwarvish.
Which is true.
Okay. Does it stand for
Writing
anything?
Thaddeus looks at Dunkel, and there's like a smile on his face as he gives him a look. It means brave idiot.
Yes, they're bullying me.
Ah. He comes up, crouches down next to you, puts his hand on your shoulder. It's alright. You seem like a good fella. Just keep it up. And then he pats you and it stands up. And then he leans towards you, Eve. Are you really bad?
He's a character.
Alright. At least it's never boring with him. In any case,
Yeah, that's the last word I would use to describe Dunkel.
I won't keep you any longer. If you're gonna go, then go. I will be here.
Like someone is talking behind my back.
And then...
what time did we arrive?
Just
yesterday?
Nearing the evening. And then you had the whole exchange, you met the other two that went into the forest. And yeah, and then you slept in the morning.
Around like 7.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair assumption.
Tower will last until about 7.
So you're saying I can...
If you or anyone else needs another bath, it would do me more good than the rest of you. If you
don't have to say that twice, and he starts to go back in there, even though he's not fully dried yet, he's just going back in.
He's gonna soak in there like a fucking sauna.
And then he closes the door behind him.
Like a hot tub.
I mean, there is a full bathtub in there.
I wish I had it to myself to just chill in there for an hour, but maybe later. Alright, let's go.
Okay. As everyone gets ready and you pack yourselves onto the cart, although you can't really take cart with you inside the forest, there's not a real track wide enough.
Do we want to go to the farm first to see if we can get more information, or do we just want to go into the woods and start looking for this thing?
Also be careful of the traps inside the cart. Don't want any of y'all to step on them, please.
Well, we would want to stay to the edge of the forest anyway, since that's where the majority of the attacks happen, right? And what Eve says, we should probably first ask around the farm if they know more.
Yeah, see if
my
they have
2 cents
like
at least.
any kind of a description, if anybody's seen it at all.
That is smart. Yeah, if it's less than a day's travel, let's head that way first.
Yeah, he said it was just like a couple hours walk. I mean, we can go along the woods as we head over there
If
too.
you follow, if you use cart to get to the farm, then it's gonna be an hour ride. Because horse is quicker than going by foot.
Okay, let's head over to the farm then.
Yep.
I use the mage hand to disable all of the traps Dunkel set.
No, they're not armed. It's just they're hanging around, and I don't want y'all to hurt
They're
each
still
other.
spiky, you know? Still
Yes,
spiky and heavy.
they're made out of steel, so I really don't want y'all to hurt yourself.
Thank you for your concern.
Wrong area, Ash. I am Passion.
Oh. Of course it doesn't work here. Hey, heading towards the farm, it doesn't take you long before you begin to see a white cloud that is moving and shifting in place, and you just hear "meh" ever so often in the distance.
Meh.
I think we found our kind.
We are the goats. Goats are us.
We are among the
I
sheeps of the shepherd field.
Corey looks down to his feet. I am amongst my brethren.
Look, Corey,
Okay.
they've got horns just like you.
You're getting closer, and you see there's a person working near the farm's edge. They seem to be shoveling something and putting it into a wheelbarrow. Is that what you call it?
Yes.
Yes.
Got it right. Wheelbarrow. And then he puts it in there, and then he grabs it and starts walking. And you're walking roughly in the same direction as you get towards the edge of the fence, and there's like a wooden construction. And then you see him drop the wheelbarrow, and then he grabs the shovel again, and then starts throwing whatever it is back into the wooden contraption. Oh, hi over there. Can I help you?
Hello. We're here to talk with you about stuff.
Okay, let me just quickly, and he puts the shovel back in, and now you see and smell and hear buzzing of flies and the smell of sheep feces.
Oh, you
He's
have manure.
composting it. He wipes his hands on his vest, and you see this halfling.
I know Thaddeus is over there
Just
Fun
gagging
fact.
to himself.
Fun fact about sheep manure: it's not as bad as other manure.
Yep.
And smell-wise.
Yeah, it's actually ideal for gardens and stuff.
Okay, didn't know that. So he wipes his hands and then walks up to the fence, leans on it, and gets on the first level of the fence and then leans on the top one. So how can I help you?
One of y'all wanted to talk?
Yeah, we're here about the beast. We heard it's been taking some of your sheep, and a couple people have gone missing.
Yeah. That's a touchy subject, you know. Yeah, just the other night, one of my sheep was, I wouldn't say devoured. It was more of a stolen. It was strange, frankly.
Did anybody by chance see what took it, or?
My wife actually did. She was doing late laundry. Couldn't sleep, you know. Women, am I right? Didn't mean any offense by that. Sorry, ma'am. I apologize for my wording. In any case, my wife apparently said that she heard one of our sheep scream, and then she saw a shape, and it's weird, you know. She said it was covered in fur, but run on two, and it held the sheep under its armpit, and it ran towards the forest over there. And he points you to the direction.
So it ran on 2
Bipedal
feet.
creature.
So And
Yeah.
it's covered in fur.
Yeah.
How big was it?
From what she said, like twice my height. So, like this fella, and he points to Strife.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it a bugbear? I feel like this was a bugbear. What do y'all guys think?
How long ago was this?
Bugbears aren't that very. Like the other day, maybe 2-3 nights ago. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Could you
it's...
direct us to where it happened?
Yeah, of course. Just over on the edge of the fence. We had a night. My wife had a good line of sight on the whole thing, and then she saw the dark shape run into the forest over there.
Real quick, what score is survival? Is it wisdom?
Yes.
Okay. Ash, would you come with me?
I believe this is Strife's field. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this feels very much. So.
Strife?
Mm-hmm.
You alive, buddy? Buddy? Buddy?
I'll look
well,
for some...
scent and sound are Strife's forte.
So...
Tracking might be more Ash's for footprints.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna try to do something with that, with the whole dropping
I mean,
of blood on
you
it.
both can assist each other, or you can do both two separate checks.
What I was going to do was enhance ability on Ash to give him advantage on survival and let Strife smell with his advantage on perception.
Sure, okay. I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'll just try to find any scents that don't smell like sheep or manure or something that wouldn't belong there.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Something I can do to assist Strife here is see if there's any bits of fur or like marks left by the creature.
True, if the sheeps have even somewhat of a unique smell.
Well, Ash is already looking for tracks. So
yeah, I just want something that Strife can smell.
Yeah.
Right, like if they have any left, like if some of the, like fur came off of either the animal or the sheep, then smelling that could help me lead it.
Gotcha.
So would that be perception, investigation? What do you want me to do?
Whichever one you like, perception or investigation.
I am a little bit better at perception.
And you have advantage on smell and that. 23. Okay, so starting off, Ash, you walk up first, followed by Strife and Thaddeus. And as you get to the place that was pointed to you, you see there are indeed tracks. There's a muddy puddle that has been crossed by some kind of creature. You see the paw prints, quite large, in the mud, and then they follow into the forest. While you, Strife, you begin to smell, and getting close to the sheep manure, and then just, smelling the general scent around this place. There's one scent in particular that catches your attention, prickles your whiskers. It smells like wet dog. And you know it's not your dog because it hasn't been showered or wetted.
Right.
Mm.
What did that one note say again?
Are we looking for werewolves?
Yeah, I was gonna say, so remember what I said about the Song of the Night?
I'm gonna turn to the group and say, I think we're gonna be looking for something dog-shaped.
Dog-shaped, huh?
Or
Is that it?
wolf-shaped. Well...
But it was on 2 legs.
Yeah,
I made the joke earlier.
Yeah.
Is that all you could determine was a dog?
Werewolf.
It definitely has a wolf or canine scent to it.
With the paw prints and it being 2-legged, I was afraid you might have been getting hungry at this point, but good to know it's a canine.
I mean,
I need to get the wet
jobs
version
regular.
out of you.
I can buy it if you want.
Oh. What would that do?
I produced the silver knife that Strife gave me.
Okay.
It might come in handy now, sooner rather than later.
Doesn't Dunkel have, like, a really good gem that might go good with that? Or piece of metal?
I don't think it needs enhancing.
Fair enough.
What can you tell me about lycanthropy, Strife?
Unless one has... So, in the case that someone's undergone it and they didn't maintain control over it, they're basically a wild animal. They might have a little bit left of their speech and human behavior, but most of that will be gone. If they do maintain some control, then we can speak to them. But unless they have mastery, they won't be able to hold it forever.
This makes sense because, as far as we know, this one keeps running out of the forest and back into the forest.
Would explain why they don't see tracks going back in.
Mm-hmm.
Be it like human form or whatever.
Maybe.
Didn't you say the beast was also wet?
I mean, he just kind of smelled like a wet dog, you know? Like, he may have tracked over a river, just, you know, something.
The only 2 locations that I know that are nearby are the lakes.
There might be a pond.
He does have a very distinct scent, and we do have tracks, so let's start with that. We could probably follow those very well. And I'm also going to try to pass off the scent to Budo, having him smell where I smelt. Do you want me to make him do perceptions as well? Maybe we can speed up
No, that's
tracking.
fine for now. So, do you follow into the forest?
I'm following.
You ready to go in?
Let's deposit the cart somewhere
Yes.
where it can be watched.
Let me go ask the man.
Farmer shouldn't mind.
Uncle will walk up to the front gate.
Excuse me.
Hi there, friend. And then he like leans between the boards of the fans. How can I help you again?
Dunkel will reach eye level as well.
Do you think we could leave the cart here? We're gonna venture into the forest as we picked up on a track.
Yeah, sure. You can leave it here. Gonna be on the side
Already
fence.
Perfect. Let me just grab some things out of the cart and I'll just leave it here.
Alrighty, do.
I'll use prestidigitation to create like a little figure of the werewolf that we assume is basically a bipedal wolf with black fur. Something like this, guys, is what we're looking for.
Got it.
Sounds good.
Well, I'll just assume like 5 minutes will pass. Dunkel parks the cart, grabs the bear traps, sort of slowly walks to the party members because the bear traps are way too heavy on him.
Oh.
With each step.
Why am I carrying these? I should put them in the bag of holding.
Need a little help?
You can finally add to my book.
Yeah.
We've never encountered a lycanthrope before.
Oh, they're all distinct, you know?
Yeah.
A lion or a wolf.
Well, that's the quote that we're using
Alright.
in this book now.
So we'll head into the
Wait,
woods
what was
then,
that?
following the trail.
We never encountered a lycanthrope before.
Last worked. Someone mauled by a wolf.
Hey, in case you've never encountered a lycanthrope before.
I think that's the joke.
It was a joke.
Okay, so following the tracks, heading into the forest. So, how it's gonna go is one of you rolls a survival check. And then following that is another roll of d20. You can either do the same person do the roll, or you can have different people do the rolls. However you choose to go about this. So first one is a survival.
If I make Ash roll it, does it get advantage because of the Owl's wisdom?
Or if you
survival,
cast
I mean?
it. If you cast it on him,
Yeah.
then yeah.
I feel wise. Eve! How was your hunting skills? How good is your survival?
Not good. Mine's a -1.
Oh, never mind. Alright.
I mean, you're proficient in it, right? That's why I used it on you.
I'm just like, I'm gonna pass it off to somebody else. So let
I'm
them do
also
it.
I'm also proficient in survival, and I've been rolling really well today.
Yeah, I was about to say give it to Strife because
Yeah,
Strife is a
Strife, you want
hunter
it.
from the hunting
All right,
village.
you know what? This is
He's
from
off to the
this
trail.
point forward. This is Strife's quest.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Well,
am going to
it is
use.
fighting werewolves, so yeah.
I'll use
I'm gonna
another spell
duke it out.
slot, another second level, and use enhance ability. Owl's wisdom as the image of an owl flashes through your mind.
Oswald?
Maybe.
Okay.
It's
all right.
Oswald.
You want me to roll now?
Go ahead and roll survival first.
Oof, that was rough. I thought that was gonna be better.
And then a d20, right?
And then yeah, you can roll it or somebody else can roll d20.
What do you guys think?
Hmm.
Anyone else feel
Let me
good?
do it.
You don't
Okay.
add anything to the roll of d20.
Oh, 16.
Yo.
Ooh.
Above
I was
30
expecting
total.
like a 1. I'm not gonna lie.
1. You
No,
get
we've-
ambushed
Let me
by
handle it.
multiple
Instantly rolls 1.
Okay, so
ambushed by
we
the werewolf.
have
We found
Uncle
it.
has lucky, just in case.
survival 15 and
Not the worst we could
16.
have got.
That's a good average roll.
I have a feeling this might mean something else beat our roll.
You follow the scent of whatever it is that you found, Strife. And you can sniff it as well as you can sniff something else. Another kind of, in a way, disgusting, putrid smell. And the two mix in the air, and you cannot exactly place where it's coming from. But then, following through the forest, you come to an opening. And within the opening, you can see movement. I need everyone to roll stealth check.
Ooh, perfect.
As a note, mage armor because it lasts 8 hours.
Okay.
I can't do anything.
8.
Does me being in the cloak?
I'm
Yeah,
kinda
what
glad
does
I'm
it
leading
say?
right now.
The elven kind?
Cloak of Elven
Advantage.
Kinds, advantage based off sight.
Yeah.
No, that's hearing.
Okay. Where's my stealth?
Thank God I'm
I mean,
pro.
we got
rolled
an
the best.
8, I think.
Oh no!
I'm
don't
lucky
go-
in it.
Okay. Double that one.
Ooh.
Forgot you had luck.
Yeah.
It's been a while. You're supposed to
Haven't
use
used it.
luck when you were fucking with the hammer.
Because it wasn't that bad. I know that breaking the hammer is gonna result in a very bad result.
Okay.
And especially with the war.
Stealthing around.
I missed Pass Without a Trace.
I know,
Yeah.
same.
You begin to see the movement across the bushes and trees. And what you can make out is first, there's these two bone-like protrusions, and they move. They lower, they go up, and they look around. And then you get slightly closer and you notice that those bony protrusions, which are in actuality horns, are attached to a big animal on its 4 feet or
Oops.
legs with the hooves. And you get slightly closer, and then Danko walks, and then he steps, and there's a silence, and suddenly you hear one of the traps slides down his bag and falls onto the ground, clattering. And you see all of the heads. Suddenly, there's not just one head. There's like 7, 8 of them. All of them turn in the same direction. 4 of them begin to make their way away, running, while 3 remain. And you hear the loud noise.
I thought Dunkel luckied his roll.
Yeah, he did. It'd be Blix in this case.
Ah. Then Blix, you step on a twig. I didn't realize 19. I didn't scroll down, my bad. You step on a twig.
I was like, oh my god, this trap is crazy.
all of the heads turn around and some of them run away while the other remain. Let me show you what you're doing.
Moose or Bark Wolf?
We can take on a couple Bark Wolf.
We absolutely demolished those Bark Wolf because we caught it off guard.
I know, but we do more damage now.
Yes, sir.
And there's also 8 of us.
It's like when a video game turns a boss into an average enemy.
Hey, it's Elden.
No, there's even 7. Never mind.
Right, you can't see anything yet, but I will drop you one by one.
Luckily, I prepared myself with the magic weapon before this.
Oh fuck! Wait, I wanted to. Oh, I should have lycanthropied the moment we saw it. Oh, I didn't think of that.
The moose.
Where moose?
And
Look at all the moose.
5.
There's a big ass moose.
That's an elk.
Passion starting things like this for making it to where like they notice us before we notice them is really smart on his behalf, because then we don't have time to prep.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
there
sir.
we go. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and you, I believe, can drop your companions in as well, right?
Oh
Yeah,
snaps! I also forgot.
I could technically drop myself, I think, but yeah.
I forgot to also do stealth for Naughty.
I
Is
just
there
Okay, that's a
even?
13.
I don't think there's lighting on this map, right? You can.
We can say everything.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
so
we
I
can do
didn't
something.
have to drop you. You could have done it yourself. But yeah, anyway, that is
Battle song.
where we're gonna pick up next time.
Okay.
All right.